This is the final session of the Democratic Convention, the acceptance speech, the routine nomination of Senator Muskie as the Vice President. And here, about 45 minutes before the official opening of the convention, at the far end of the hall, and in fact in other places, the galleries are already being packed. Those are people who were led in a side door without the usual credentials, with tickets they got from the Chicago local political ward offices, carrying signs saying, as you see, "We love Mayor Daley." They also have a long banner they unfurled a few minutes ago. There it is. It says, "We support Daley and the Chicago police." It's obviously hastily made. That's the Illinois, is that it, Illinois? Oddly and Brinkley, signs saying "We love Mayor Daley" have been distributed all over the hall to whatever delegations they think might take them. And so we are ready tonight for democracy's finest hour. Chet?
As you perhaps know, Vice President Humphrey called a news conference this afternoon and announced that he was choosing... Do I have a mic?
You don't have your microphone on.
I forgot it again. All right, let's try it again. As you perhaps know, Vice President Humphrey called a press conference this afternoon and announced that as his vice presidential running mate, he was choosing Senator Edmund S. Muskie of Maine, the S standing for Sixtus. Here, by tape, is the way it went.
Ladies and gentlemen and my fellow Americans, I come to this platform to tell you that I shall recommend to the National Convention, the Democratic Party, for the office of Vice President, very distinguished United States Senator, and I think one of the most capable, experienced, and able men in government today. He is the United States Senator from Maine, Mr. Edmund Muskie.
A little bit later, NBC News correspondent Richard Valeriani put on tape this report from the Humphrey headquarters.
The Humphrey camp has been saying for some time that the selection of a vice presidential candidate would be no surprise, and it was not. Senator Muskie of Maine has long been considered one of the leading candidates for the job. The vice president pointed out that Senator Muskie's qualifications to be president were the basis on which he made his decision. However, there were other considerations. Considerations to balance the ticket. Senator Muskie is a Roman Catholic. Vice President Humphrey is a Protestant. Senator Muskie comes from the Northeast. Senator Muskie is also the son of a Polish immigrant, and it's felt that he might be able to help the ticket in the blue-collar suburbs where the party ran so poorly in 1966. Senator Muskie is also very popular with his fellow senators in the U.S. Senate, and Mr. Humphrey likes him very much, which was another consideration. This is Richard Valeriani, NBC News, in the Grand Ballroom of the Conrad Hilton Hotel.
It may be a wild night here in the auditorium, but we'll be here with whatever happens. And in the meantime, a message from Gulf.
NBC News reporter Joe Alvarez with the New York delegation says that a caucus about 400 convention delegates, overwhelmingly pro-McCarthy, but also including supporters of Senator McGovern and Senator Robert Kennedy, will attempt to nominate a vice presidential candidate here tonight. And their purpose is to use the nominating speech to denounce Mayor Richard Daley and the officials of the Democratic National Committee for what has happened in the course of this convention. Well, that's a plot and a plan not well calculated perhaps to get very far, but nevertheless, I dare say it is somewhat typical of some of the bruised feelings and the sentiment and attitudes prevailing in and around this convention. Now let's call in and introduce our four floor reporters, beginning with Sander Van Oker.
Campaigning in the Wisconsin primary in Campaigning in Wisconsin in February 1960, Senator John F. Kennedy was sitting with supporters late at night in a hotel bar in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. A newspaper reporter from a Midwest newspaper was commenting on Kennedy's diffidence and suggested that a more open-minded, open manner, less low-key manner would be better suited for Midwesterners. With some exasperation, Kennedy turned to the reporter and said, "What people like you don't understand is that New Englanders like me and Ed Muskie just can't operate that way. We have to be ourselves." Ed Muskie was a good friend of John F. Kennedy's. He is a good friend of the Vice President's. In fact, he has no enemies. He is about the best-liked man in the United States Senate, and he's been much talked about as a future Democratic leader in the Senate. He is quiet, highly intelligent, and he's open-minded. He's 54, of Polish descent, and a Catholic. Whether this means as much as we used to think it did in American politics is open to question. But what does matter is that he and the Vice President have the same general view of domestic matters, and on Vietnam, while Muskie is no dove, he has flexible views on the war, perhaps more flexible than those of the Vice President. But on the matter that has become increasingly important in the selection of the Vice President, his qualifications, should he be called upon to succeed to the presidency, anyone who has ever watched or listened to Ed Muskie would agree that on this score he rates extremely high. Now for details on what is turning in tonight to be a daily love-in, here's John Chancellor.
The name of Richard J. Daley, mayor of Chicago, has been much mentioned at this convention, but in the last 24 hours, the name Daley has taken on a larger meaning, just as law and order or police brutality have come to have meanings more symbolic than literal. To those delegates who felt that the convention had an autocratic tone, too many guards at the hall, and too much head-smashing downtown, the name and personage of Mayor Daley symbolized their discontent and their frustration. To the passionate supporters of Senator McCarthy, Daley has emerged as a sort of old-fashioned demon. It is also true that Daley has his supporters here who defend his security precautions and the actions of his police. He was defended today by Mrs. Lyndon Johnson's press secretary, by the governor of Louisiana, and George Wallace praised the Chicago police for their restraint in dealing with young demonstrators. One significant effect of the events of the past week is that nobody feels non-committal about Daley anymore. In this hall, either people are for him or against him. But the most significant effect of this convention is the change in Daley's status as a figure in the National Democratic Party. He has lost a gamble here in Chicago, and in the opinion of many Democrats, he lost a big one. Daley pledged and promised that the Democrats would be able to come to this city in this summer and hold their convention under peaceful and pleasant circumstances. It needn't be said how unpeaceful and unpleasant it has been, but it is worth noting that our Democratic president, as of this moment, has decided not to visit the national convention of his party. And while he can't say so, the vice president has to be disturbed about the events of this week, with reporters and photographers and youngsters getting beaten up, delegates traveling in police-escorted buses and holding their meetings under the tightest security precautions ever seen at a convention. Somebody said today that Hubert Humphrey has to get Dick Daley off his back for the fall campaign. And yet, with an almost monarchical display of pride, he has packed the galleries here with his workers and plastered the halls with his signs. So, while Dick Daley is still king in the wards of Chicago, in the National Democratic Party, his reputation has suffered a crippling and possibly a fatal blow. Now to Frank McGee.
To this hour, President Johnson has not been present here, but from the first hour, his presence has been here. The president, more than any other, chose Chicago as the convention site. The president supported Chicago's Mayor Daley when the party was under pressure to choose another city, after it became abundantly clear that the city authorities and anti-war demonstrators were on a collision course. It was President Johnson who chose John Criswell to make the all-important arrangements for carrying on the work of the convention, the seating and credentials and other points where control could be exercised. It was Mr. Johnson who named the chairman of all the important committees that would handle all the important issues that would come before this convention. And the majority reports that they wrote and that this convention finally accepted reflect in large measure Mr. Johnson's point of view. That is particularly true in the one issue that overrode all others, the Vietnam War flank. So Vice President Humphrey, already burdened by his role in the Johnson administration, administration and indelibly stamped by the administration's war policies, came here to Chicago and now has the nomination. Mr. Humphrey will leave Chicago with a heavier burden because of all that has happened here and the profound impact it seems certain to have not only within his party, but in the country as a whole. And while in the months immediately ahead the memory of what has happened here may fade, Mr. Humphrey's heaviest burden will still remain. For no matter what he does between now and the election this fall, to try to restore peace between himself and those in his party who are opposed to the war, there is precious little that he can do to affect the course of the war or the prospects of peace. Throughout the campaign, that power will remain with President Johnson. So no matter where one starts tracing Mr. Humphrey's troubles, they ultimately lead back to where they began, back to the man he hopes to succeed in the White House. Now here's Edwin Newman.
Well, the Republicans, as you know, nominated Nixon. The Democrats nominated Humphrey. The opposition of Nixon in the Republican Party said he was not electable. The opposition to Humphrey in the Democratic Party said he was not electable. Well, if this is correct, there's really very little point in their going ahead with a campaign. It brings to mind the line that the sports writer Ring Lardner delivered before a World Series. I don't see how either team can win. I must say that I personally also think of a line from the ballad Danny Deever by Rudyard Kipling. The line, "I'm dreading what I've got to see," the color sergeant said. I'm dreading what I've got to see and hear, because neither Nixon nor Humphrey has an exactly dancing way with the language, and neither is precisely sparing with words. By the time the election comes around, those of us they're talking at still may have measurable reflexes, but they're likely to be pretty sluggish. Now, I don't mean to be facetious about this. In fact, this is a matter of some importance. For one thing, in the campaign, neither candidate will have wholehearted support in his own party. I suppose that Nixon will have more than Humphrey because the Republicans have been out for so long and they see a good chance to get back in. But Humphrey will almost certainly not be able to unite his own party behind him, and Nixon may not be able to either. Also, a large part of the electorate, or the potential electorate, especially among the young, is plainly disaffected from the traditional political process, and there's no sign that either Humphrey or Nixon can win those people to that process. Now, the parties are entirely within their rights in arranging things in this manner, but of course, there may be consequences. This is Edwin Newman, now to Chittendale.
One side of this convention hall fronts on Halsted Street, a commercial street. All week, in fact, before the convention started, all the doors on the Halsted Street side have been kept padlocked 24 hours a day, never used to come in or go out. Now, tonight, the padlocks have all been removed, and on each door is stationed a policeman, which means that the Halsted Street doors can be used, but only by those the police allow to use them. We'll find out more about that later. In the meantime, a message from Gulf.
Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
So the Democrats, who traditionally find things to argue and quarrel and bicker about, came here to Chicago in 1968, and indeed they found a number of things which might tend to split the party. But in the course of it all, they found another split. It goes under the caption, Richard S. Daley. Today, in a number of delegation caucuses, the nominee, Mr. Humphrey, was being advised by resolution to disassociate himself immediately and once and for all from Richard S. Daley. Other delegations, on the other hand, again by resolution, applauded Mayor Daley and advised Mr. Humphrey to stay with him. Aline Sarnon, a little while ago, conducted an interview with Mrs. Muriel Humphrey, and here it is by film.
Hubert Humphrey says that his wife Muriel likes her nest. That nest is their house on Lake Waverly, Minnesota. There, Muriel Humphrey talked of being second lady.
In the beginning, when I became the vice president's wife, I found that just the very fact that I was the vice president's wife either expanded what I could do or else made it a little more troublesome for me to do. And as I have said, it's either magic wand or a witch's wand, because you can do so much good, and yet when you do things you have to be so careful that it doesn't go wrong.
Is she prepared emotionally for a possible defeat?
Oh, I think so. We have had a wonderful life in public service, and one never likes to think about it, but we've happily made adjustments at other times, and I have a husband who bounces with the bad things in life as well as the good things. We've had a lot of problems, not only in public life, but we've had some very severe tragedies in our own family. And I think we've been able to take them very well. I think that, he'll never be a quiet man.
At Waverly, the Humphreys are surrounded by a gaggle of granddaughters. Even at home, Hubert Humphrey takes the spotlight. But sometimes his wife teases him about upstaging. At Waverly, she finds time for boating, as well as for bowling, water skiing, reading historical novels, and playing Brahms four-handed on the piano. She dotes on Vicky, the retarded grandchild who sparked her interest in mental retardation. Why does she think her husband would make a good president?
Hubert has always had many wonderful ideas of how to help people, and now many of them have become the law of our land. But I think that he's quite a man to be president, and we really need this kind of leadership.
I'm glad to get your vote.
You should have disappeared when I was telling all that. That would have been easier.
She's my best campaigner, really. And can I tell you that she's gotten better at it? She didn't used to like to campaign at all.
I believe a moment ago I said Richard S. Daley. It's Richard J. Daley, and while we switch to another location, I'll write it 100 times to the floor. And Sandy Van Oker.
I'm down here in the Wisconsin delegation with Mr. Jay Sykes, who is the McCarthy campaign manager in Wisconsin. Mr. Sykes, what's the reaction of your people back home who worked in the campaign to both the nomination, which I can expect a reaction on, and what's happened here?
Well, of course, we're disappointed in the results of the nomination, but more than that, the people back home are appalled, and I think rightfully so, at the spectacle here in Chicago. I think whatever chances they thought the Democrats had for victory, both on the state ticket and the national level in November, are now completely dissipated.
Did you talk to folks back home last night and this morning?
Not last night. I didn't. It was too late last night. But this morning I talked to several people, most of whom are following this almost completely on television. They say they're seeing just as much what's going on outside as in here, and universally they're completely appalled.
Look, I noticed that you have one of these "We Love Daley" signs, which you tore up.
Yes, I think it's disgraceful that under these circumstances that the city of Chicago, at taxpayers' expense, should go to all this trouble to distribute these signs. I think it's a provocative act. I'm sure what they're trying to do is provoke people like the Wisconsin delegation into some kind of demonstration. There's no necessity to provoke us. We're provoked enough as it is. I think you'll find tonight will probably be the most raucous of all.
Look, sir, what's Senator McCarthy going to do tonight?
Well, this has to be a rumor. There's no such thing as fact in this business anymore. The story is that Senator McCarthy will address a rally, and I understand it's in Grand Park, at almost the same time as Vice President Humphrey is scheduled to address the convention here with his acceptance speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sykes. Mr. Jay Sykes, the McCarthy campaign manager in Wisconsin. Now a few steps over to Frank McGee, who is with, I think, the leader of the delegation, Mr. Don Peterson. Frank?
Yes, thank you, Sander. As those of you who have been following the proceedings here in Chicago are well aware, one of the most deeply disturbed delegations here in Chicago is that from Wisconsin. Mr. Don Peterson, chairman of that delegation, attempted to lead a march or a walk, lead his delegation walking from a downtown hotel to the amphitheater this afternoon. Now, Mr. Peterson, I wish you'd describe for me from that point on what happened.
Oh, yes, I wish you describe it as a walk, because it was intended to be that way. I simply announced at our caucus this morning that as an act of individual conscience in objection to the manner in which this convention has been run and in objection to the beatings of the young people outside of the Conrad Hilton last night, that I was going to walk to the amphitheater. This word was passed to other delegations, and delegates were invited to walk along if they wanted to.
Now, let's make this clear. These were delegates.
No, not all of them. By the time it got started, other people started coming in, particularly clergy. The clergy for peace in Vietnam notified me that they were interested, and they came. My attitude was that anyone who wanted to come could come. If he was a citizen, a free citizen of this country, he should be allowed to walk on the sidewalks of Chicago.
And then what happened?
We walked, I don't know how many blocks, 15, 20 blocks, whatever it might be, and the crowd is swelling all the time. We walked at a regular pace. There was no regimentation of any kind. There were no signs. We discouraged any signs or any outpouring of singing or anything of this nature. Just a walk in the city of Chicago on the city streets. We got to 17th Street, I think somebody told me. And at 17th Street, there was a phalanx of policemen blocking our way. We approached them and walked in with them. They surrounded two or three of us. Vice Chairman Ted Rashevsky was there. Ted is an attorney. Ted felt that we had a right to be on the streets as long as we were walking. The policeman said that we were marching. And then he said that we as delegates would be allowed to go through.
You as delegates would be permitted to go through? But I know it's a little difficult for you, Mr. Peterson, but if you could go ahead.
Okay. But Ted mentioned that his daughter was with him, and the policeman was willing to make an exception, allow his daughter to go through. So it became very clear that an ordinary citizen would not be able to go through, but if you had a delegate badge, they'd let you go through.
I see. Then what did you do?
Well, they asked me to speak to the crowd, and that was the first time that I actually had a look at the composition of the group. So I stood on a concrete pier and looked back, and it appeared to me there were a couple thousand people or so. And they stretched back, at one time, I guess they were back as far as 5 blocks. And I could tell from the attitude of there were a great many young people, and I could tell from the attitude of them that they wanted to continue, but I didn't want to be a part of anything that would precipitate any violence. So I told them that I wanted to disperse, and we turned around and marched the opposite, let's say walked the opposite direction. It seemed funny to me that it was a march going south, but it was a walk going north, which led us away from the amphitheater, because the same number of people walked north as they walked south.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. I'm sorry. I think while Mr. Peterson was talking, the noise that you heard here, and perhaps you saw it on television, was the arrival of Mayor Richard J. Daley in the hall. His picture, I'm told, is on television right now. Do we have someone over in that area that you wanted to... I see. To Edwin Newman.
I'm with Kingsley Holman, who's a Minnesota delegate, Humphrey delegate from the first, and who's very concerned about the effect on Humphrey that the convention so far has been having. What troubles you, Mr. Holman?
Well, my concern is that it seems to me that from this convention they're getting a false idea. Too much attention has been given to protesters, to people who have actually been violating the law and causing trouble, and it appears that too much sympathy is being generated for those who are protesting. They're calling it police brutality, and I don't believe there is that much of it. I think a false impression is going out, and the reaction is coming in at home.
What have you been hearing? What have you been hearing from home?
I've been hearing, for example, that an awful lot of people are complaining about the treatment of the police against the protesters. But very little apparently has been said about what these protesters are doing and how they're causing a certain reaction that is almost inevitable. This morning, for example, I saw one person spit at a trooper and almost had a fight right there. This sort of thing is what's going on, and I think the people back home ought to know it.
Mr. Holman, what do you make of this? What do you make of this demonstration from Mayor Daley? Mayor Daley just come into the hall, and there are apparently hundreds of his supporters who are here in the hall some of them were not delegates, as you can see, and this demonstration of We Love Mayor Daley is being put on for his benefit. What do you think of this? What effect do you think this will have?
Well, I think it's unfortunate. I think we have enough of Mayor Daley so far as I'm concerned. I believe that we ought to have Mayor Daley toned down quite a bit. This is not a boss-run convention, and I don't like to see too much of the Mayor Daley activity here.
Does it seem to you, Mr. Holman, Mayor Daley is getting some publicity that Vice President Humphrey ought to have?
You bet it does. You bet it does.
Mayor Daley is doing what in the convention hall? Say that again, please. I'd like to pass it along. Mayor Daley is in the convention hall. Right. Mr. Holman, you've got all this word back home at your house and office. What's happening? Are people telephoning your wife? Is that what's happening?
No, people are telephoning into my office and at home, apparently, complaining about this kind of activity and that they don't seem to know what's really going on, and I don't think they're getting the proper story out of the convention floor and out of the hotel. I believe, honestly, that TV is distorting what's going on here. And I think it's time.
How are we doing that?
By emphasizing the riot, the disruption, and not emphasizing the positive things that are going on here. The positive things really are groundswell support for Hubert Humphrey because of what he is, what he has been. And it's not the riots and the kids who are breaking bottles and throwing bricks.
Well, you think that this, in effect, defense of Mayor Daley now has been brought on by us?
In a way,
yes. That? You think that's so?
I think TV tends to emphasize or bring about more of this activity because these kids are demonstrating to be on national TV.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. This is Edwin Newman, now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing in the Pennsylvania delegation with an alternate from Pennsylvania named Lucille Maziarz. Ms. Maziarz, what do you think about Richard Daley? He seems to be the theme of everybody's conversation down here tonight.
The feeling of everybody's conversation is that he's given us tremendous support. We were afraid to come to Chicago. At least I was afraid to come to Chicago because of all the riots that were supposed to take place. But we feel as though we have given tremendous safety here. We've gotten into these buses, and the police protection that we have received, we weren't afraid to get on these buses. We weren't afraid that anybody was going to throw a stone at us. There were police all over. There were police at the corners. We had a police cruiser with us just before the bus. So I think Mayor Daley has done a terrific job. And this fencing that they're talking about, well, there's nothing wrong with it. They fenced the place off. I understand they're going to use it as a playground. Nothing wrong with it.
Thank you very much. That's Lucille Maziarz, but other people here don't feel the same way. What's your name, sir?
My name is Israel Friedman.
Where are you from? What state, Mr. Friedman?
Pennsylvania.
Now, what do you think about Richard J. Daley?
Well, I think what he has done is to put a blot on the vast state of Illinois and on a Democrat National Convention with police state tactics and methods. I saw on television last night the brutal clubbing of these demonstrators, which was nauseating, just nauseating for its brutality.
Thank you very much. Two opposing views in the Pennsylvania delegation. Now here's Sandra Van Oken.
My mic is on again. I'm in the Illinois delegation with Mayor Daley. Mr. Mayor, could you elaborate on that statement you made this afternoon about the police department?
I said that we had the greatest police department of any city in the United States, and I said I wondered why television didn't show pictures of when a crowd was attacking the policemen. Why didn't they show pictures last night of the confrontation on Balboa in Michigan? Why didn't they show pictures of people sitting down in the street, Michigan Avenue, one of our busiest streets? I think the communication, whether it's television or anyone else, should be fair and should have a proper appraisal of of all the situations, not just give the side of when a policeman is striking someone with a club. Why don't they take the...
Mr. Mayor, could I get you to get up in the chair?
I don't get up on any chair. Why don't they take the picture? Why don't they read the information and instruction by the deputy commissioner? You have no permit to march and you shall not march. We'll permit you to march to Balboa, Michigan. There you will disband. Why didn't they show the picture of the confrontation where they walked right into policemen? And if you're a policeman and someone walks into you and shoves you or spits in your face or calls you 4-letter words which you can't repeat, and you never repeated it over there because I give you credit in the industry you couldn't, what would you do, or what would anyone do under normal conditions?
Mr. Mayor, did you see those films that was shown last night on the confrontation last night, which we ran?
No, but I'd like to see the complete film. Well, you or no one else showed on NBC or any state. Why didn't you show the picture of them confronting the police?
I think we had that last night, Mr. Mayor.
You didn't have anything.
Well, listen, Mr. Mayor.
You had the pictures of violence, and I said the television industry is a part of the violence and is creating it all over the country. Because when you have a television camera in the neighborhood, it's the same as having a fire alarm or a fire truck or a snorkel. Everyone is attracted to it, and I have instances in Chicago of television people, not like yourself, giving a brick to someone to troll in the rioting on Division Street.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
let's call this thing right very directly, and let's have the communication of the United States be fair and on the square with everyone and show the complete picture and not be shown all this violence. 51 policemen were injured, 4 of them severely. Is there any pictures of them ever shown on your station? Not one of them. Why? Why haven't you shown them? I don't ask you because I know you have nothing to do with it. You're just another employee like everyone else, and I'm not trying to have any confrontation with you personally.
I'd lose that one, Mayor.
What about the responsibility of the industry on that? Why don't they show the policemen that are laying in bed in the hospitals? One with his broken leg, the other with a possible back. Never any of that.
Mr. Mayor, could you... Mr. Mayor... Thank you very much. Now back to Ed Newen.
I'm with Jack Howard of the California delegation. Mr. Howard, you came to me in a state of some indignation about this demonstration for Mayor Daley. Why?
Well, I felt that the people back home in California ought to know what's really going on here at this convention. I think all the Democrats in the United States ought to know what's really going on. This demonstration for Mayor Daley is really a manufactured demonstration. First of all the people up in the spectator section, the guest section, that are supporting Daley up there are not wearing what I consider to be, and what is considered by this convention to be, the official credentials. And that is a badge manufactured by Card Key Systems in Burbank, California, and printed by Lee Charles Prinograph of Glendale, California. They have paper badges.
Well, the point
piece of paper that won't go through a machine.
The point the point is not who made these things, Mr. Howard. The point is that they have to go into a machine, and the machine has to register them.
Everybody on this
floor,
floor,
the people up there,
everybody in this building should have to have a card like this that goes into this machine.
Yes.
These people do not have a card like we have, you and I, or the rest of the delegates.
They've got cards.
They've got cards, but they're paper
cards.
And they don't go through a machine, and they won't register on the lights. And it's a phony card. And we in California are quite indignant. We have 174 votes in this convention, the second largest delegation in the United States. We got 87 guest passes for all of California for every night, for the 4 nights.
How many
87.
should you have had, in your opinion?
Well, if this is any indication, we should have had the lion's share. But Illinois, obviously, or Mayor Daley has the lion's share.
Thank you, Jack Howard, California delegation. Here's Frank McGee.
Yes, I have Mr. William Gladstone, a delegate from the state of Michigan. And Mr. Gladstone, first, what do you think about what's happening right now in the convention hall, this display for Mayor Daley?
I think it's a reassurance that the man is trying to do the best job he knows how. And under the conditions in which he was operating, and given the set of facts that I know about, there may have been a certain amount of overreaction, but I think he was actually working for the interests of the city as well as for the protection of the many, many people who are here as his guests.
Well, what do you think about the way the police handled the situation last night down around the Hilton Hotel?
I can only put it this way. I hear both sides of this coin. Now, one being that the police were beating and clubbing, and possibly this may be true. On the other hand, I do not know too much about what actually provoked the police to this kind of an action. if I am to believe what was told to me, that they had many people cursing at them, spitting on them, throwing stink bombs and so on, then any man under those circumstances is going to react. Now, you take individual policemen, 1 or 2, 3, 4, who overreact by beating or clubbing. No one can condone that. But by the same token, no one can control the individual personal action of a man in a given emotional situation.
Mr. Gladstone, I think you told me that your wife had talked to her mother back in Michigan and that they had discussed what her mother thought about what was going on in here in Chicago.
Yes. Her reaction to this was that she saw all this on TV, and she saw all of the clubbing, but she had not seen what happened prior. So she really was in a very, very unfortunate position of not being able to make a true judgment as to what had provoked the real incident. Now, probably she will make a different kind of a statement once she knows all the facts, if I know my mother-in-law.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. William Gladstone from Michigan. Now here's Tom Pettit.
Outside the hall was Senator McGovern, and he's discussing the selection of the vice presidential candidate.
I have only one last question. Senator McCarthy today has spoken to his supporters in rather acid terms, saying what they gained if they didn't gain all they hoped to gain. You've been rather quiet in the course of today. Would you sum up the votes you did get on the convention floor? Were they about as much as you expected? More? Fewer? And what do you think you've accomplished?
Well, let me take this opportunity to say, first of all, that I think Senator McCarthy has earned a high place in history, no matter what else happens in 1968. I told my supporters not to drop out of the political process, not to lose faith in our political system, but to go back home and to work for a more open type of politics where the average citizen does have a stronger voice. I think maybe we ought to give serious thought to scrapping this convention system and going over to a direct national primary. But beyond that, we ought to all be working in our neighborhoods and in our precincts to make sure our voice is heard and that we don't leave these great decisions to the back room. I think that my participation in this convention may have made some small contribution in that direction. I would like to think so.
Do you think, sir, that in a national primary you would have fared better than you did by the convention process?
Well, I got in so late, I'm not sure how I would have fared. I think if I had started my campaign in January in an open national primary, I might have done all right.
Senator, try again.
Well, we'll have to see. I've got a difficult race for re-election out in South Dakota. I'm going to leave tomorrow for South Dakota. My first job is to get re-elected to the Senate.
If I can speak in a very personal way, Senator, whether you won or lost, a lot of us considered you were most attractive as a candidate.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the news media for the way they cooperated.
Senator McGovern, what is your view of this dispute that's going on now between Mayor Daley and the news media over the conduct of the Chicago police?
Well, I don't know all the facts about it, but I think things have been a little too repressive around here. I do have to go on in, though. They're about to start the Kennedy film.
Thank you very much. Senator George McGovern. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, outside the convention hall.
I'm standing in the New York delegation with the Reverend George C. Ho of Brooklyn. Reverend, you've been trying to get some of the young demonstrators out of jail since what time this morning?
Well, I was there till 6 o'clock this morning. I had some $2,500 that we raised to do this. We'd like to know where these young people are in the city hospitals. We can get no information and no help from the authorities. We don't know how badly some of them have been hurt, and there should be something done in order to help us do this. We have the finances they want. Why can't they give us the legal assistance? We also have the lawyers, and we have doctors working on this, but we seem to be hampered at all corners.
Where did you go last night to see if you could do it?
Down to where we were to post bond. And there was so much, well, for instance, two of us couldn't even stand together. The lawyer and myself could not go into the building at the same time, which sounds very strange. One would have to go in and then the other come out and communicate. We could not even speak together in the building.
Now, a number of young people were arrested.
Yes, we don't know how we don't even know the number. This is what has gotten us so frustrated. There are probably over 100, we think, at this point, and we don't know how many are hurt in the hospitals and how bad.
And as of now, you just have no more information, and you still have the bail money.
Until we have the bail money. We have it at the Hilton in the safe. We just put in the safe a few hours ago. I've been carrying it around for the last 12 hours.
Reverend, do you think any resolutions will be introduced here tonight?
We're hoping, but the machine is so strong. Last night, Senator McCarthy tried to get a message through, and they didn't have the decency to let the senator have a message come through to the microphones.
Right. Well, thank you very much. That's an indication of the very sharp feeling down here. And the Reverend host says they cannot find out anything about the young people who were arrested last night. Now here's Sander Van Oakley.
I'm here in the California delegation with one of the most influential men of this convention, Speaker Jess Unruh of California. Mr. Speaker, have you been involved in any of these meetings with the Vice President over the last 24 hours about picking a vice presidential candidate?
No, I have not. The Vice President has not asked me for my advice, and that's something I don't feel you volunteer on.
Well, look, sir, you had this large delegation, the second largest in the convention. What are you going home with? What kind of a feeling are you going home with? And what kind of a reaction are you getting back from California on what's been happening here?
Well, we're going home, I think, with two feelings. One is this delegation has a great feeling of unity among itself and on state candidates and state issues this year. And I think our party, as far as that is concerned, is in the best shape it's been in for a long time in California. Now, our people are naturally disappointed with the outcome of many of the things at the convention, but I think that most of these people are very good party activists. They're loyalists, and even though they're bitterly disappointed on some of the issues, the way they went, and even more concerned about the conduct of the convention itself, I think they'll...
Tell me something about that, sir, the conduct. What do they mean by that?
Well, I just think of the whole aura of suspicion that dominated this convention almost from the beginning. The minute you walked in, you were subjected to the kind of security scrutiny which I've never seen at any convention. The barricades outside, the fact that people were blocked off for miles. The whole attitude has just been one calculated to feed on that feeling.
But look, sir, as a man who has to be responsible for getting people elected in California, how can you associate with the Democratic Party here in Chicago and go back home and have all this static from your regulars back there about what they've seen on television or read in the newspapers?
Well, let me say that the California delegation, I think, handled itself in a fashion to demonstrate to our people in California that we don't agree with this thing. But we do believe that the Democratic Party is as much ours or more ours than some of the people that oppose us here at this convention. And on that basis, we hope that we demonstrated to the people back home, the activists, the people who care about these issues, that we represent those kind of stands that they want, that they fought for all through the primary in the last year, and they'll stay with us.
Look, sir, as a power in the Democratic Party nationally now, are you going to press for any changes in convention procedure before the next one comes up?
I believe our new national committeeman, Steve Reinhardt, will in fact begin a movement as soon as it is feasible to attempt to substitute something better for the national convention system. I frankly and personally favor doing away with it completely and going with a national primary.
Thank you very much, Speaker Unruh of California. Now back to Chet and David.
Thank you. A few minutes ago, you heard Mayor Daley of Chicago talking to Sander Van Oakley and complaining, as he has every right to do, that he was dissatisfied with television's reporting coverage of the riot in the streets last night. And he said it showed only the violence and did not show other aspects of it. But without attempting to engage in any debate with the mayor, that is not the function of a reporter, a word of explanation might be in order. The mayor said the television experts, the television networks did not show all of what happened. Because of the limitations put on the network's cameras by the mayor and his police department, they were not allowed to move around or to operate anywhere in the streets of Chicago. What we had on the air last night, as you may have seen, was made from the windows of the Hilton Hotel. And whatever happened within range of the windows of the Hilton Hotel was what we had on the air. It was impossible to get anywhere else, and so it was impossible to get anything else. The tape we put on was unedited. Nothing was cut out of it. It was exactly as it was made continuously from the Hilton Hotel. We'll be back after a message from Gulf.
A little bit more on these, quote, kids, unquote, we're hearing so much about in Chicago. Who are they? By some count, it appears that there are at least 135 different groups, and apparently in this case, 2 people can be a group. And sure, we've seen evidences all over the place that some of these kids, some of them, are obnoxious. Sometimes they're despicable, sometimes they indulge in extremely bad behavior. But very early in the convention, when we attempted to, when the media attempted to get pictures of their bad behavior, 21, I believe it was 21 newsmen got injured. As I recall, that was the last count. So where this all end? To Frank McGee on the floor.
I have Mr. Arnold Fagan of Oklahoma City, the author of a compromise resolution that was passed by the Oklahoma delegation this afternoon that praises Mayor Daley in his handling of this topic. Can you tell us about it, Mr. Fagan?
Yes, the original resolution that was presented was a resolution which referred only to what the city of Chicago and the administrative officials might have done from the standpoint of preserving law and order. And I felt it was very difficult to place valued judgments only on one side of the coin, so to speak, in the height of a convention and a very emotional kind of situation. It would be best if we had perhaps a broader resolution which covered the entire picture, and as a result I did prepare a compromise resolution.
Could you condense that for us and give it to us, please?
Yes, it was basically in three different segments. The first segment was an encouragement of young people throughout the country to participate in the political process in both political parties, and to continue to do so and to work within the system itself, within the framework of the political process. The second part of the resolution was, in fact, a recognition of the fine work that the city of Chicago and the National Guard has done to preserve law and order, which we felt are so necessary for the maintenance and the preservation of society and the democratic process itself. And the third...
You have to hurry up.
Yes, and the third was merely a condemnation of violence and lawlessness wherever it occurred throughout the convention week.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arnold Fagan of Oklahoma City. Now here's Chet.
Go ahead. Next, we will have the national anthem by Mrs. Warren Hearns, wife of the governor of Missouri, who will sing from the rostrum. The orchestra, Lou Breezy, led by Leo Hunting with Hal Pearl at the organ.
back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
Sander Van Ocker has a report from the floor. Sandy?
David, I'm down here with Mrs. David Ho, the wife of the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation. What happened to your husband, Mrs. Ho, when he tried to come in?
All I know is that he was arrested and handcuffed and apparently pushed around a little bit, but I don't know any more than that.
What happened when you walked in?
I did not walk in with David. I've been here. And apparently, all I heard was that he was arrested. I just tell you one thing, he's the most nonviolent person in the United States.
What did you hear happened to him?
Well, just that he was handcuffed and pushed around a little bit and taken away. That's all I know, and I have no idea where he is.
And their oldest son, Joe, and Robert Kennedy Jr., and Kathleen, and all the other members of the Kennedy family. It's a great honor and a great personal pleasure for me to have the opportunity to present to you, the members of this national convention, and to the other millions of Americans, this memorial film on Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy was a special kind of man. He directed his attention not to those who voted, but to those who suffered. He was driven to act when others paused. He was moved by injustices that others overlooked. Sometimes blunt, but never bitter. He fought hard, but always fair. He sought amid the discord and division to bind up the wounds among us and to make us in our hearts brothers and countrymen once again. It was you, the members of the Democratic Party, who knew him best. Many of you supported him. Some of you opposed him. Many shared his views. Many did not. But all will agree that he never moved quietly among us. He forced himself to give his best, and in return, he brought forth the best from the minds and the hearts of all that he touched. So I take this opportunity to thank the Democratic Party and the nation, and especially those who helped in his campaign. For 80 days you worked and laughed and struggled with him in a campaign that made up in height what it lacked in length. His campaign, your campaign, was a promise to this country, and now each of us has a promise to keep. And if my brother's life and death had one meaning above all others, it was this: that we should not hate, but love one another, that our strength should not be used to create the conditions of oppression that lead to violence, but the conditions of justice that lead to peace. So let us resolve to go forward in his spirit, seeking not to comfort ourselves, but to contribute to others, to carry on in the service of our nation the causes in which he led us such a short time ago. We that had loved him, followed him, honored him, lived in his mild and magnificent eye, learned his great language, caught his clear accents, made him our pattern to live and to die.
In the heat of a summer Saturday, they stood in an unbroken chain of sadness from New York to Washington. Surrounded by the drama of his death, they had come to touch the event themselves, to see it, to believe it, to lock it in their personal recollection. In the life of this exciting man, there had been some splendid excitements. Now it would return only in the memory. By the images and emotions of his last days, It was difficult to accept that he had held elected office less than 4 years and had campaigned for himself only twice in his lifetime. Always before, it had been for someone else. In 1960, John Kennedy was in Los Angeles. Robert Kennedy was with him, as he had been each time before. All that day there was talk of defections. All that time, up until the first tally, John Kennedy checked with his brother every hour. He saw his brother in the center of the Wyoming delegation. And then the Wyoming delegation cast all 15 for the next President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. The President went to the convention hall, and Bob was there. And they walked over to the corner of the room, and then you could see what they meant to each other. Submerged his own ambitions and his own causes in those of his brother. In 1957, he began his first public service at his brother's side. The hand of history saw that it would not be his last. Beneath the awesome shadows of his responsibility, the President would need him nearby. But how do you appoint your brother Attorney General? I will, said the President. Come out of my house very early in the morning. I will look one way, and then the other. And then, if there is no one in sight, I will whisper, it's Bobby.
Felt that we should secure the best talent we could get for every position, regardless of party, regardless of any other factor. And I think that in every position, this test has been applied, and it's been applied in this case. To my satisfaction, I hope the satisfaction of the Senate and the people of this country.
Satisfaction with his appointment was not unanimous. Many newspapers called it disappointing. But he set out to prove his critics wrong.
Okay. After, when the troops came in, they started throwing things at them, even though they...
His staff, one writer observed, is a remarkable blend of energy, imagination, and informality. But behind the informality of his office lay hard decisions and large responsibilities. As a private citizen, he enjoyed the full blessings of this life. As Attorney General, he would not be spared the troubles and anguish of those in another part of America who had suffered too long. There are injustices, he said, and they are flagrant. I have the power to do something about them. I intend to do it. They stake their lives on his word. And were not disappointed.
May I make another personal request on behalf of, I think, all of us, that we must be sure that we adhere absolutely to nonviolence. Yeah.
Hello? Oh, yes? Now, did the governor say anything which would lead us not to issue this proclamation?
When a governor imagined he could defy the law of the land, the Attorney General sent the agents of justice to prove him wrong.
I'm asking from you an unequivocal assurance that you will not bar entry to Vivian Malone and to James Hood, and that you will step aside peacefully, do your constitutional duty.
He meant what he said. The law would be respected. Justice would be served equally in every part of the land. The lesson was not lost on those of reason, and it left no bitterness in its wake.
I'm glad to come to University of Alabama. I'm delighted to see the inside of this. I didn't think it meant anything that they snuck me around the back way. They said somebody was waiting out in front there.
was learning what the president already knew, that his brother was more than another cabinet member. He was a trusted advisor whose views were sought in every problem. Together, in the fall of 1962, they would face the country's greatest crisis. October the 14th, 1962, aerial reconnaissance revealed the presence of Russian missiles in Cuba. It would confront the president with his most delicate precision, while he realized the world's first nuclear crisis. The precedent, he said here, must be the right one for history. State Department advisor who was there at those fateful meetings said later, of all the president's advisors, Robert Kennedy brought more wisdom to that table than any other. There was disagreement. Robert Kennedy often stood alone, but his counsel finally prevailed. The missiles were removed. The world's first nuclear crisis was resolved. In 1962, the president sent him on a world tour. In Japan, he acknowledged their welcome with his own special notion of their native tongue. It was the beginning of a long journey through the regions of doubt and despair. The bullet had touched him as surely as it had touched his brother. It was a nearly complete withdrawal from life. He'd always said little. He now said less.
I realize that as an individual, that we can't just look back, that we must look forward. When I think of President Kennedy, I think of what Shakespeare said in Romeo and Juliet, when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he shall make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun. If we dedicate ourselves, as he frequently did, to all of you, and they quoted from Robert Frost, that the woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep.
For reasons that were both personal and compelling, on March the 23rd, he challenged Mount Kennedy, then the highest unclimbed peak in North America. At 1:10 on the second day, he reached the summit. He would remember Aeschylus. When the height is won, then there is ease. He entered the Senate in characteristic style, leaning forward, since everything to him lay ahead. Although only 1 in 100 in this high place, he found satisfaction. He had written about and been at the center of much of the history of his day, but he felt there was so much more to be done.
The money must come from federal revenues. Without very large amounts of
money. It was
money,
a time to listen, to ponder a new commitment.
of our cities will continue and worse.
What do you anticipate are your needs?
We figure that over and above.
His duty in the Senate chamber led him to listen and to speak to the problems of our time. But his conscience called him to action, to reach beyond the committees and the statistics to the people themselves.
Mike, do you agree with me that we could be doing much more amongst that group than we are at the present time?
Towards the dispossessed and the powerless, he felt a special concern. And he brought to them a touch of hope and the feeling that someone truly cared about the direction of their lives. The more he saw of this America which had been left behind, the more he would ask, what of their future? Starved in mind and body, crippled in spirit, they have been damaged beyond repair. He saw in America an island of poverty in a sea of affluence. They heard him and they believed him. He had a way of reaching across the old lines, of opening up and releasing their spirit. Barriadas and favelas of South America, he evoked the same response as in the slums of his own country. In a continent where most would die before the age of 4, where children without schools are doomed to a life of uselessness and poverty, he had to find out why.
Nations like men often march to the beat of different drummers. Still, the lesson of our time is that all must march toward increasing freedom, toward justice for all, toward a society strong and flexible enough to meet the demands of the future. Let us then give our strength and our sweat, our lives and our labor, and together we will make a hemisphere full of such freedom sons as will make the earth to sing and tremble in their passing.
When Freedom's Sons were on the march in California, it was his march. To the followers of Cesar Chavez protesting the suffering of migrant workers, he said, "When your children and grandchildren take their place in America, though you may be old and bent from many years of labor, no man will stand taller than when you say, 'I was there. I marched with Caesar.'" And he was there to share with Caesar the triumph of the march, the breaking of his fast, and the benediction of a cause that couldn't wait.
I think he had one time around, and I don't know what's going to be in existence in 6 months or a year and a half or 2 years. So I think that you have to feel that that there are all of these problems in which are here on Earth to make some kind of contribution of some kind. So I think that I'm impatient, and I suppose I would hope everybody be impatient. And there was somebody wrote on the pyramids, time they were being constructed, the words, and no one was angry enough to speak out. I think people should be angry enough to speak out. I think there are injustices, and I think there are unfairnesses in my own country and around the world, and I think that if one feels involved in it, that one should try to do something about it.
For this war, he shared the responsibility, but now he spoke out against it, not in anger, but in deepening sorrow. Why, he asked, should the black and the poor bear an unequal burden of the sacrifice there? Can we ordain to ourselves the awful majesty of God to decide what villages are to be destroyed, who is to live, and who is to die? Concerned that the hopes of a whole generation might be buried out here, he called, as he had before, for a re-evaluation of principles.
We have the capacity to make this the best generation in the history of mankind, or make it the last. And I don't think that we can just afford to stand still or sit. I think that we have to give some direction. President Kennedy's favorite quote was really from Dante, that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in time of moral crisis preserve their neutrality. So if all of us, whether it's in the field of civil rights or housing, or whether it's in Vietnam or whatever it is, just hang back and say this is a problem of somebody else, then we're going to be in difficulty. Even if we look at this selfishly, we're going to be in difficulty. The whole system's going to be in difficulty. I think that for all of us, that we have an obligation. We have a responsibility. If we don't do it, then nobody's going to do it. Well, we have a special, not only responsibility, but a special opportunity to make a difference in the world and make a difference for this country.
In the spring of 1968, he made the most important political decision of his life, to run for the presidency of the United States. Not merely to oppose any man, but to seek new policies to close the gaps.
I don't think it's tolerable that young men and young women growing up in our great cities are not able to find jobs. I don't think it's tolerable here in this country that a young boy or a young girl, even when they finish school, are illiterate and uneducated, and therefore can't go on to either a college or university or on to an employment. And I think white and black, poor and rich together, that we can work together. Jefferson once said about the United States that we were the last best hope of mankind. That's what I want the United States to be. This is a generous and compassionate country. That's what I want this country to stand for. Not violence, not lawlessness, not disorder, but compassion and love and peace. That's what this country should stand for, and that's what I intend to do if I'm elected president.
If I had a sword
Robert Kennedy was informed that Martin Luther King had been shot. Again the bullet, again the agony.
Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in this difficult time for the United States, it's perhaps well to ask what kind of a nation we are and what direction we want to move in. For those of you who are black and are tempted to be filled with hatred and mistrust of the injustice of such an act against all white people, I would only say that I can also feel in my own heart the same kind of feeling. I had a member of my family killed, but he was killed by a white man. But we have to make an effort in the United States. We have to make an effort to understand, to get beyond or go beyond these rather difficult times. What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or whether they be black. And what dedicate ourselves to what the Greeks wrote so many years ago, to tame the savageness of man and make gentle the life of this world. Let us dedicate ourselves to that and say a prayer for our country and for our people.
The prayer he asked for America would not be answered in his lifetime. Perhaps for his children. Not for him.
My brother need not be idealized or enlarged in death beyond what he was in life. To be remembered simply as a good and decent man who saw wrong and tried to right it, saw suffering and tried to heal it, saw war and tried to stop it. Those of us who loved him pray that what he was to us, what he wished for others, will someday come to pass for all the world. As he said many times in many parts of this nation, to those he touched and who sought to touch him, some men see things as they are and say, why? I dream things that never were and say, why not?
Delegates and you have just seen a film and in memoriam to the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy. And it's sad to recall that it was 4 years ago at this Democratic convention where the late Senator Robert Kennedy presided over a memorial film in behalf of the late President John F. Kennedy. The voice on the film, by the way, was that of the fine actor Richard Burton. Senator Edward Kennedy had planned to come here tonight to present this film. And then the plans were changed, and he was going to address the convention by closed-circuit television. But at the last moment, the convention and you saw a pre-filmed introduction to the film. The Massachusetts Democrat had planned to speak to the convention with Mrs. Ethel Kennedy, the widow of Senator Robert Kennedy. However, sources said Mrs. Kennedy decided that an in-person appearance at the convention might simply place too heavy an emotional strain on her, and she decided, therefore, not to attend, and to respect her wishes, Senator Edward Kennedy also elected to remain at home. This convention, which threatened to open here tonight in a very raucous and noisy, quarrelsome atmosphere, was touched by this film is quite obvious. And we shall see. It may have improved the climate. I think that sign said, "Bobby, we'll always remember." I couldn't quite see all of it. That's what it said.
The convention will please come to order. The convention will please now come to order. Will members assume their places? This has been a great tribute to a great American.
Great tribute to a great American.
Now will the convention be in order?
Call is supposed to be next, but I understand there's some miscellaneous business.
Will the convention please come to order? Your tribute has been great. And now may we have order. The convention will come to order. The chair. Will be a report and a tribute by the delightful Secretary of the Convention and of the Democratic National Committee, Mrs. Bush.
This
Before I make this
emotional
announcement,
tribute to Senator Kennedy here in the hall was entirely spontaneous, except obviously for a few signs were made in advance, the clapping, the singing. Nobody organized it and nobody planned it. It just started. And the chairman, as you heard, has tried vainly to stop it. He's pounding his gavel and no one is paying the slightest attention to him. The hymn, of course, is the one that was sung at the senator's funeral.
The sergeant at arms will enforce order in the convention. Will the sergeant at arms perform his duty of enforcing order? Delegations, please bring their delegations to order.
That was Mayor Daley of Chicago going through the door that leads up to the rostrum. For what we do not...
Will the sergeant at arms please clear the aisle?
We have a feeling up here that what was a very genuine, what's started out as a very genuine, emotional tribute is now being transformed into a kind of show of defiance against the chairman, the podium, and the executives of the convention.
This can't be stated exactly because it is impossible to tell, but the delegation's continuing to applaud.
The chairman of the delegation that are not in order accept the responsibility of getting orders. Will the sergeant at arms seat those delegates who are not seated?
Michigan.
Some in Michigan.
Delaware down here.
Vermont. Arizona.
As a matter of fact, the only two delegations where I can see no applause at all are Texas and Illinois.
And talked to John Criswell, who is the manager, the executive manager of the convention, the organizer and director of it, and then left the podium.
An announcement and a tribute to a great American by our secretary.
Ago, one of our floor reporters was talking to a Mrs. Ho from New Hampshire. She said her husband, a delegate, had been arrested when he entered the auditorium here this evening, and that was about all she knew. We have a little more information. As Ho was entering the doorway onto the floor, as a joke, he tried a credit card in the machine that validates credentials, and the credit card worked. The machine flashed its green light. Well, Ho then called a reporter's attention to this, and as he tried to repeat the procedure for the reporter, he was grabbed by three ushers, according to eyewitnesses, taken to an exit, and turned over to police. And now NBC News' Don Peterson with the Wisconsin delegation reports that David Ho, chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, has been arrested, beaten, and taken from the convention hall for inserting a credit card in the machine.
He was handcuffed and dragged out. On the rostrum is going ahead reading routine resolutions of appreciation to various members and officials of the party who have contributed in one way or another to the convention. while a great many of the delegates, not all, but a great many of the delegates have ignored this and continued to clap and to sing battle hymn of the Republic.
That I have to make concerning the meeting of
She is talking. No one can hear her.
And I suppose there's some members
And
that
many
don't
of them
even know
are
there's
making
going
no
to be a
attempt to
member.
hear.
They don't
want to hear.
But for those of you who do care, like most Democrats do care, there will be a meeting of the newly elected Democratic National Committee in the grand ballroom of the Conrad Hilton Hotel tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Thank you.
This is clearly now an act of defiance.
It is my honor to present Alderman.
Mayor Daley's troops have now been called into action on a signal from somewhere, and the galleries have come alive. His plaque in the gallery has come alive.
Galleries, that is the Daley portion of the galleries, are chanting, "We want Daley." I believe that's what they're shouting.
Full of irritated, tired, angry, restive Democrats. Some of them like some of what has happened, and some like some of what has happened. None of them likes all of it.
Excuse me.
Compassion. And I am before you now to ask that you honor another great American.
This is Alderman Ralph Metcalf of Chicago.
Was love and compassion, not only for the black man, but for every man of America and for the world. For here was a man who had the opportunity. The call was made, and he answered that call to serve mankind. He has often said that it is not the quantity of your life that it is important. It is the quality of your life that is important. And this is consolation in itself, because he fell at assassin's bullet during an early and young and tender year. His life should be a memento to all of us and a constant reminder that if we are to progress, and all of us want to progress, then we must follow the tenets of his teaching.
which is love, which is advancement, the recognition of the dignity of every man, woman, and child, regardless of his race, color, creed, or national origin. And I say to you that it is proper, it is fitting, and I ask you to join with me in a standing moment of dedication to a great leader who devoted his life for all of us, Dr. Martin Luther King. Will you please join with me in standing for this momentum?
My fellow delegates, the chair has been informed of the death today of the daughter of the distinguished governor of Virginia, Governor Mills Godwin. The chair knows that delegates will join the chair in expressing our deepest sympathy to the governor and his family. The next order of business is the roll call of the states for nomination of candidates for Vice President of the United States. Are we going to ask unanimous consent to the speeches? Total time for nominating and seconding speeches, 10 minutes, with no demonstrations. Who's going to call you? The secretary will call the roll of the state.
Alabama.
Alabama yields to Oklahoma.
Alabama yields to Oklahoma. Oklahoma. Oklahoma.
Senator Fred Harris of Oklahoma.
Sorry, our state chairman is not here at this time.
Will put Senator Muskie of Maine in nomination.
The chair takes great pleasure in presenting for the purpose of placing in nomination a candidate for President of the United States, a distinguished fellow Oklahoman, a man, one of the youngest, but still one of the hardest working, most diligent members of the United States Senate, one of the outstanding Oklahomans of all time, one of the outstanding Americans of his time, the junior senator from Oklahoma, the Honorable Fred Harris.
Thank you, Carl. Senator Harris has been co-chairman of the Humphrey Campaign Committee.
Mr. Chairman, my fellow Democrats, it is my privilege to submit to you the first critical decision of the presidential nominee of this convention. There is no need to underscore for America the significance for our party and for our nation of his recommendation of a vice presidential nominee. But today in this convention, in this great but troubled city, it means even more. The sad events of these past few days, the disillusioned youth and blacks who seek confrontation, the provoked but often heavy-handed enforcers of the law are not characteristics of the Democratic Party, nor of this great city of Chicago. They are instead the sorrowful reminders of the desperate troubles of our time. As we meet tonight, America faces more explosive issues which cry out for resolution than at any time in at least the last 100 years of our history. And that explosiveness threatens to fragment our country between rich and poor, black and white, young and old. It is because our party, unlike the Republican Party, is a national party, truly representative of our country and truly representative of all its people, that these issues have been brought into so sharp a focus in our convention. As the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy made so clear, today the three great issues, the three great moral questions of our time, peace, race, and poverty, have merged in one great tidal movement of history. And America must move with that tide or see its free democratic institutions swept away in violence or in repression. This is the crucial mission of our political leadership. It is the mission that only this Democratic Party can fulfill. And I'm proud to stand here and support, as I have, the man who has pledged himself to this historic mission, Hubert H. Humphrey. And it is in the spirit of this pledge that I shall nominate for the high office of Vice President of the United States Senator Edmund S. Muskie of Maine. Our party, the Democratic Party, by its platform, is committed to bring an end to the war in Vietnam by an honorable and lasting settlement, by a negotiated settlement. One fact is clear. We must be as ready to take calculated risks for an early peace as we are ready to accept risks in war. That was precisely the testimony of Edmund S. Muskie before the platform committee of this convention less than 2 weeks ago. This party, our party, by its platform, has recognized, and each of us here tonight must now make a personal commitment for action on that platform, that America's paramount domestic task is to heal the divisions which separate so many of us from each other, to remove from our national life and from our individual hearts the ugliness which seeks to make one man less than another, or makes a mockery of promised opportunity for any child, whether because of color or wretched beginnings. Few men have done as much to make their lives a testament to these ideals than our great presidential nominee and the man I nominate tonight. That man is Edmund S. Muskie of Maine. I know him well, and I trust him deeply. Ed Muskie typifies what America has meant to generations of immigrants arriving on our shores, and what it must yet mean to every man whose ability and dedication can lift him above the crowd. For in Ed Muskie, Hubert Humphrey has chosen an extraordinary man for an extraordinary moment in our national life. Son of a Polish father, he was himself born in a depression-racked mill town in Maine. From that heritage of pride and fierce independence, he drew strength, and he drew a lifelong determination to do what must be done and do it surpassingly well. He worked his way through college and was chosen a member of Phi Beta Kappa. He earned a scholarship to law school and graduated with honors. He enlisted in the Navy in World War II and won 3 battle stars. On his college campus, he was the only Democrat and was elected class president. He was to become the first Democratic governor of Maine in 20 years, his state's first popularly elected Democratic senator, and the greatest vote-getter in the state's history. Trained in the law, he has been tempered in the crucible of state and national government. A 3-term state representative, 2 of those terms as his party's leader, he has grown in stature and in vision in 2 terms in the United States Senate. He is the man who broke loose the rent supplement program from an apparently hopeless impasse. He is the man principally responsible for the passage of the improved and broadened model cities legislation to make our cities livable. He is the chief sponsor of a series of far-reaching air and water pollution control measures to make our air fit to breathe and our water fit to drink. He has been perhaps the single most effective senator, demanding simpler and more sensible relations between all levels of government to make our federal system work. As he brings to the crisis in our cities the trained and understanding eye of the expert, so he brings to foreign affairs the voice of moderation. Ed Muskie, a long-time and thoughtful student of our international responsibilities, a presidentially appointed observer in virtually every major country, knows that we cannot answer tomorrow's challenges with yesterday's formulas. Behind him lies 1 decade in state government, another decade in the United States Senate. Ahead lies the most rigorous test of his will and intellect and capacity. Ed Muskie will meet that test, for he is no ordinary man. Hubert Humphrey chose well, for he chose as he was chosen, not to play one faction against another, but to hold out the healing hand of reconciliation, not to manipulate a Southern strategy or a Northern strategy, but to provide the nation with a leader who stands ready to serve all Americans. We here tonight call upon America to put aside violence and the rhetoric of violence. We must alike renounce the provocation of violence and the overreaction to violence and provocation here at home and around the world. It is the worst of times that calls forth the best in men. I nominate a man who can stand at the side of our great nominee for president and together with him call forth the best in each of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I nominate the next Vice President of the United States, Edmund S. Muskie.
We'll return to the convention in just a moment. But first, this brief message from God.
Continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
Here is more on the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, David Ho, arrested when he entered the hall here this evening on a charge now of aggravated battery. He's being held in Chicago's 9th District Police Headquarters, about 8 blocks from this amphitheater. The 30-year-old Ho was chairman of Senator McCarthy's primary campaign in New Hampshire. He is a member of the faculty and an administrator at Dartmouth College, and he is running for the congressional seat now held by James Cleveland, a Republican. Ho, according to a witness, was grabbed while he was showing a newsman that the convention hall's security machines would accept an American Express credit card, as well as the elaborately prepared credentials for delegates. The witness, Jerry Studds, a delegate from New Hampshire, said Ho was grabbed by guards, hustled to a corner of a stairway where guards choked him and beat him. Studds said Ho was bleeding from his forehead when he was hauled away. Ho protested the arrest, yelling, "It's a phony convention." A reporter from Jackson, Michigan, observed the incident and said Ho did not slug a cop, as was claimed by the police. A guard involved in the fracas said he was trying to get in unlawfully. He tried to force his way in, and police tried to calm him down. Bail cannot be posted to get Ho's release until about 11 o'clock tonight. A sergeant at the 9th District Headquarters said papers had to be sent to the bond court, and a judge would have to set the amount of bail. Friends of Ho in the New Hampshire delegation have gone to the police station to get him released as soon as possible. Down to the podium.
My fellow Americans, it is with honor and the deepest pride that I second the nomination of Senator Edmund S. Muskie
Governor
for the
Curtis
office
of Maine.
of Vice President of the United States. For over 20 years, the people of Maine have been privileged to have Senator Muskie as their public servant, as a municipal officer, as a state legislature, as a governor, and as a United States Senator. In each of those offices, he has demonstrated those qualities so necessary for leadership in these troubled times: character, courage, compassion, and conviction. Senator Muskie is in every sense fully prepared to assume the responsibilities of national leadership. The presidency of this nation is an awesome position, requiring extraordinary gifts of reason, judgment, and energy. Our great presidents have all been men who have been able to discern the vital issues amid the confusion and the excitement of daily events. On issue after issue, Senator Muskie has demonstrated an uncanny ability to perceive the problems of the future. Long before it was a national issue, he launched the drive against air and water pollution. It was many years ago that Senator Muskie saw the danger of a disordered bureaucracy and began a quiet and effective campaign to reduce and consolidate federal agencies and programs to improve their effectiveness and their efficiency. Today, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Intergovernmental Relations, he is an eloquent exponent of creative federalism, who understands the capabilities of government at all levels. In these critical and exciting years, we need Senator Muskie's remarkable qualities and capabilities for calm reasoning and his willingness, above all, to hear all sides of a question. We need his refusal to impugn the motives or the sincerity of those on the other side of an argument. We need his ability to blend conviction with honorable compromise. It is these qualities which have made him a leader in the United States Senate. And it is these qualities which led the majority leader to say he is a senator's senator. The selection of Senator Muskie demonstrates anew the commitment to quality which has been Hubert Humphrey's career. Throughout our history, we have drawn strength from our diversity. We have resisted the tendency to fragmentation and isolation, and we must continue to do so. Our young, our poor, and our minorities all must participate in the decisions that shape their lives. Senator Muskie shares their concern and has earned their respect. We are a young but great nation, and that nation will continue to depend upon its youth for strength and continue to search for new faces to maintain our greatness. So I say to you, people like Senator Ed Muskie, his colleagues respect him. Young people are inspired by his presence. He is a leader of men and a builder of institutions. He is a popular man willing to tackle unpopular causes. And he is a new face who will face the problems of a new time. This year, we in Maine are going to reaffirm the validity of the old slogan, "As Maine goes, so goes the nation." Ladies and gentlemen, Maine and all of the states of the nation are going to elect Hubert Humphrey and Ed Muskie.
For the purpose of presenting the next speaker, the chair proudly calls as temporary chairman one of the great members of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Jim O'Hara of Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, the duty that you have bestowed upon me is a very precious one to me. The man I'm about to introduce is a man that I have not known for a long time, but a man who has impressed me tremendously, as he has impressed all of us who have watched him discharging his responsibilities in connection with the organization of this convention. In addition, he is a great governor, a governor who is putting on a real effort in his state to meet the modern problems of urban neglect, of education, of inadequate housing, who is making a record in the state of New Jersey of which every Democrat in the United States can be proud. It is my pleasure to introduce, for the purpose of seconding the nomination of Senator Muskie, the distinguished governor from New Jersey, Richard Hughes.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Mr. Chairman and members of the convention, the Democratic Party knows and the nation appreciates the achievements of Edmund S. Muskie as governor, then as United States Senator, in changing Maine to a very creditable stronghold for the Democratic Party. It's aware of his legislative record. We Democrats are very proud of it, particularly those like us in the industrial Northeast and in the other great metropolitan areas of the country, for his efforts against the pollution, air and water that would otherwise be slowly poisoning us all, for his efforts for the Model Cities programs, and for these many other legislative achievements.
Here is an update on what's going on downtown. A large group of demonstrators has left Grant Park tonight and is marching down Michigan Avenue under the leadership of Dick Gregory, the comedian. There were reports that they were on their way to Dick Gregory's neighborhood with the permission of the National Guard. But police have set up a barrier at Michigan and 18th, and they have warned Gregory that any who try to go beyond that point will be arrested. Gregory passed this along to his followers and urged all those who did not want to be arrested to turn back. Very few did. And here is the tape of that gathering that I just mentioned. This is the group led by Dick Gregory. From the reports we have here, the National Guard okayed their march out of the park area. Not a march particularly, just a walk. So there's a guardsman at the bottom of the screen, several guardsmen. But now the police have interpreted the movement, regardless what you choose to call it, as a march. You have to have a permit in Chicago for a march. And they're going to be arrested if they go beyond Michigan and 18th. This must be right in the area of Grant Park. I've seen it distinguishing. And probably as the walk or march, whatever you choose to call it, was just being put together. This is 11th in Michigan, I'm told. And this tape was made about an hour ago. Since then, there's been a tremendous buildup of people, a jam, about 10 blocks south of here. And police have moved in, and now I learn the National Guard as well has moved in to ask them to disperse.
They have resumed the roll call of states for nominations for vice president. The chairman, Carl Albert, has specified twice, in fact, that a delegate may only nominate or pass. He may not do anything else.
We have the right to caucus for 15 minutes until we have that information. We would like the facts, that's all.
My fellow delegates, the chair cannot respond in the face of the confusion. The purpose of the present business, and it is the order of business, is the call of the states for placing names in nomination, and the request is out of order. The clerk will continue the call.
Canal zone. The canal zone. The canal zone passes. The canal zone passes. Colorado.
Since Colorado finds it impossible as do other states to communicate with the chair, we'll have to pass.
Colorado passes. Connecticut.
Madam Secretary, Connecticut passes.
Connecticut passed. Delaware.
Delaware passes.
Delaware passes. District of Columbia.
Mr. Chairman, the voteless District of Columbia passes.
The District of Columbia passed. Florida.
Madam Secretary, Florida passes.
Florida passed. Georgia.
Madam Chairman, Georgia passes.
Georgia passed. Guam. Madam Secretary.
To Edwin Newman on the convention floor.
Where American...
I'm following Speaker Unruh, the head of the California delegation, down the aisle. Mr. Speaker, where are you going? Can you tell us, please?
Caucus Room 1.
For what purpose, Mr.
We're going to caucus, decide what we're going to do.
About the New Hampshire chairman incident?
Right.
And what would you like the convention to do, sir?
I have nothing more to say about it.
Speaker Unruh says he has nothing more to say. He's now making his way out through the security machine, inserting his card and going out. The position is that the California delegation is going out to caucus to decide what it should be doing
about the incident of the New Hampshire chairman who was arrested tonight. They say they're going out for 15 minutes to caucus to decide whether they want to stay in the convention and what ought to be done. This is Edwin Newman. Here's Sander Van Oker.
Okay. I'm with Mr. Stephen Reinhardt of the California delegation and Mr. Paul Dwyer, who's running for the Senate in New York. Mr. Dwyer, could we just ask what New York is going to do in this caucus about New Hampshire?
We're caucusing.
Let me get Mr. Reinhardt.
Not give us 15 minutes for a caucus. So we are having our caucus anyway. We are still asking for a report from the management of the convention as to the status of the arrested New Hampshire chairman. That's the purpose of our caucus.
You know, this is not a permanent walkout, then, is it?
No, we are still asking for a report as to the status of the chairman from New Hampshire, who we are advised is held in jail at this moment and not allowed to attend the convention. We asked for 15 minutes to have the convention management talk to us about it and give us a report. We are not walking out of the convention. We are holding our caucus and we want an explanation.
Mr. Reinhardt, when did Speaker Under call the floor, the chair, and ask for a report?
I don't know when he first started. I know for the last 10 minutes or so, Mr. Lloyd Hand, who is a convention management's liaison to our delegation, has been talking to us about it and telling us that he doesn't have all the facts. That's why we asked for 15 minutes so that we could have the facts.
And you got no satisfactory answer either from the chair or privately?
The chair refused to recognize our request for a 15-minute recess for a caucus.
Well, now, who's walking out now to a caucus? California and New York, or just California?
As far as we know, we're walking out for our caucus. Other states that may be interested in whether the New Hampshire chairman will be allowed to attend this convention may also hold caucuses, but we have not requested any of them to do so.
And you're going up there right now?
We're going right up now to Caucus Room 1. And any other states that want to know about why the New Hampshire chairman is still in jail might want to hold similar caucuses.
Thank you very much. This is Stephen Reinhardt, the newly elected national chairman of California. Now to Chet and David.
The delegate is out of order, and the clerk will continue with the call of the states. Go on to the next. Say they pass.
New Jersey. New Jersey.
New Jersey passes.
New Jersey passes. New Mexico. New Mexico. New Mexico. New Mexico. New
Mexico, in passing, is proud to second the nomination of Senator Muskie.
New Mexico passes. New York State.
New York passes.
New York passes. North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, North Carolina passes.
North Carolina passes. North Dakota.
Madam Secretary, North Dakota passes.
The purpose of the roll call is to see if there are any more nominations for vice president.
Ohio passes.
Ohio passes. Inasmuch as Alabama...
But the word has spread rapidly through this convention concerning the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, David Hull.
Alabama?
And there are some people who are upset about it.
Alabama passes.
Alabama passes. Oregon.
Madam Chairman, Oregon passes.
Oregon passes. Pennsylvania.
Madam Secretary, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, with pride and confidence, seconds the nomination of the great senator from the state of Maine, the Honorable Edmund Muskie, whose father worked in the coal mines of Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania passes.
Pennsylvania passes. Puerto Rico.
Madam Secretary, Puerto Rico seconds the nomination of the eminent senator from Maine and passes.
Puerto Rico passes. Rhode Island.
Madam Secretary, Delegate LaFrance, on behalf of its chairman, because of his temporary absence, passes.
Rhode Island passes. South Carolina.
Madam Secretary, South Carolina passes.
South Carolina passes. South Dakota.
Madam Chairman, South Dakota would ask the delegates here in this convention hall tonight to recognize our great Senator George McGovern sitting in box 6 to the right of the chair. And then South Dakota passes.
What'd you say? You said something about the Senator, but then you
That is Senator George McGovern of South Dakota, until last night, a candidate for the nomination.
I'm going to take a moment to tell this entire convention something very nice. I hitchhiked a ride today with a taxi driver who said that Mrs. McGovern had come through better than anybody in the entire convention. South Dakota's vote is passing. Tennessee.
Tennessee passes.
Tennessee passes. Texas.
Texas passes.
Texas passes. Utah.
Madam Secretary, with full confidence in the senator from Maine, Utah passes.
Utah passes. Vermont. Vermont.
Madam Secretary, Vermont happily seconds the nomination of Senator Muskie and passes.
Vermont passes. Virginia.
Virginia passes.
Virginia passes. The Virgin Islands.
Madam Secretary, the United States Virgin Islands passes.
Virgin Island passes. Washington.
Madam Secretary, State of Washington passes.
The state of Washington passes. West Virginia. Madam
Secretary, West Virginia passes.
Thank you. West Virginia passes. Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, I rise with a voice that has become hoarse in the exercise of democracy. I rise on behalf of the state of Wisconsin to offer a name in nomination.
Is the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation addressing the chair?
The vice chairman of the delegation, on behalf of our delegation, at the request of my chairman, whose voice is even more hoarse tonight than mine.
Well, does the delegate desire to appear at the podium or to make the nomination from his stand?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your courtesy, but we of Wisconsin have stood with the people throughout this convention. Would just as soon be on the floor now.
The delegate is recognized for the purpose of making a nomination for the office of Vice President.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for my laryngitis. Mr. Chairman, we of Wisconsin, as Democrats who are interested not only in what the party is,
but in what the party is to become, if it will truly live up to the promise of the movie that we saw on that screen tonight. If it will truly lead up to the inspirational promise that Senators McCarthy and McGovern have given to this convention in this country. If it will truly make the American dream a reality, not only for affluent delegates, but for the young people who march in the parks looking for quality in life. Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm going to surprise some of the people here tonight because there's a disease known as microphonitis. And I could talk on for a half an hour about the man that we are going to put in nomination, but I think our positions are by this time eminently clear to this convention and to the American people. So I will say as simply and as sincerely on behalf of my delegation that we wish to offer in nomination the wave of the future. It may be a symbolic nomination tonight, but it may not be symbolic 4 years hence. We offer a nomination with the greatest pleasure, the name of Julian Bond. Can we have order in the convention until while the chairman makes an inquiry? May the chair have the attention of the Wisconsin delegation. May the chair have the attention of the Wisconsin delegation. May the chair have the attention of the chairman of the Wisconsin...
Step back 1 inch.
And where are you headed now?
I'm going back to the Georgia delegation.
It was Dick Goodwin of the McCarthy forces who talked you into this, did he not? When I say talked you in, you were willing all along, weren't you?
Well, he asked me if I was willing, and I said I would.
This was after Governor Hoff of Vermont turned down the opportunity to do this?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Bond is explaining some of the very technical maneuvering that's going on the floor tonight.
Well, Mr. Goodwin is the only person I've talked to.
Who else is involved in this movement? The Wisconsin delegation placed your name in nomination. What other delegations?
We've had some talk, I believe, and this comes to me secondhand, to people in the New York delegation, the California delegation, some of the other large delegations.
Did you get some of those names out of the California and New York delegation?
No,
For what purpose, Mr. Bond?
To see if I might be elected vice president. I'd like to be vice president.
Is part of this purpose that you would say something about the conditions in Chicago under which this convention has been
Well,
held?
I think it's primarily to give the convention an opportunity to hear discussion about some issues that have not been discussed here.
And what issues might those be that have not been discussed here?
Well, racism and poverty and discrimination, the war, those have had mention here. They've not had, I don't think, full discussion.
Are you legally too young to be vice president of the United States? You're 28 years old.
Well, that's true, but accommodation might be made. Maybe the Congress would change the law. Who knows?
Well, that does make it as just sort of a maneuver, Mr. Bond. It certainly sounds that way. If you're only 28 and can't be vice president of the United States, it does, one would assume you'd like to get to the podium to make a speech about these issues. Is that right?
Vice presidential nominees don't usually speak in their own behalf, do they?
Well, then somebody could speak in your behalf, nominating you and seconding you, and bring up some of the issues you've already described.
Right, I believe so.
Racism, would the conditions of the convention and of the city of Chicago be part of that?
I think that has become so much a part of the bad feelings some people have that it really, those are the sorts of issues.
Mr. Bond, you're aware, I'm sure, that a movement was afoot earlier this evening to have Governor Philip Hoff of Vermont adopt this role and have his name put in nomination and people speak for him. Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't. I don't know of that.
Have you been talking to various people around the floor tonight about this possibility?
No, I haven't been a candidate for the vice presidency. No, I haven't.
You've been about everything else at this convention. Thank you very much. Julian Bond at 28, probably too young to be the vice president, but involved in this nonetheless. This is John Chancellor on the floor.
The New York delegation asked that Allard Lowenstein, a member of its delegation, be allowed to second the nomination of Julian Bond. The chair ruled that the request came too late. There was a loud boo from the audience. Now let's go back to the podium.
How can we get a hold of him and find out whether he's voted? Why? Make a point of order. It's got to be done on a point of order. Will the convention please be in order? Are you going to make a point of order?
That is Mr. Lowenstein standing at the microphone, blowing into it to see if it is open, finding it is not.
The call of the states has been completed, and state the gentleman will state his point of order. Did he go in nomination or no? The delegate is correct, but the seconding speech should have come before the call of the states had been completed. The delegate is correct. No, you just listen. Are we going to have a point of order that he's not old enough?
What is it?
Well, he's
Mics are all turned off.
we called Wyoming, but
This is Mr. Irving Stolberg of New Haven. What do you want, Mr. Stolberg?
I want a chance for the seconding speakers to have a chance to speak. They have the votes. All we've got is a few moments to speak our piece. That's all we ask for.
And are you trying to second the nomination of Julian Bond?
I want them to allow the man introduced to have his chance to second.
Where is he?
Allard Lowenstein is at the Wisconsin microphone.
Allard Lowenstein is at the Wisconsin microphone trying to get the use of that microphone.
What are you going to do?
And Mr. Stolberg, you say...
Appeal the decision of the chair. We do have rules of this convention. That's all we're asking them to run it by.
And where do we stand now? Are you waiting them to answer you?
Waiting for a decision of the chair.
Mr. Stolberg has asked Carl Albert, as the permanent chairman, to rule on opening the Wisconsin microphone. At the Wisconsin microphone is a New York delegate named Allard Lowenstein, who has played a heavy role in this convention. Mr. Lowenstein presumably is seeking a way to second the vice presidential nomination of Julian Bond, who, or it is involved in that some way. It's a little beyond me technically, but we are now waiting with Mr. Stolberg to see what Carl Albert rules on this. And the singing has broken out on the floor, which makes it a characteristic moment on the floor of this convention. This is John Chancellor.
Julian Bond from the Wisconsin delegation caught the platform by surprise.
Well, there's a conference on the platform. The parliamentarian Carl Albert, while the music was playing.
The next order of business is the call.
Wisconsin delegation, Allard Lowenstein of the New York delegation, and there was something of a struggle here about the microphone. What was it all about, Mr. Lowenstein?
Well, I was about to second the nomination of a candidate for Vice President of the United States pursuant to the rules of this convention. And the chair, the podium, cut off the Wisconsin microphone in order to prevent me from doing that. What mystifies me is why are they so afraid of allowing the convention to hear speeches on behalf of candidates? Presumably they have the votes to nominate Senator Muskie. I would think it would serve their purposes better to allow discussion under the rules and then proceed to an orderly vote. But as you can see, that's not what they're prepared to do.
The chair has just overruled the Connecticut delegation. What does that mean to you?
The chair will overrule any delegation that seeks an opportunity for democratic process in this convention. And the country has to see that.
Is it on? Is this microphone on now?
The country will have to see that in order to understand why it is that the present leadership of the Democratic Party is not fit to continue in that position in the country. I'm sorry about that. I don't think that anyone who knows this convention can leave it feeling that we've had an opportunity to reflect the wishes of the people who elected us to come here. We're not kooks, we're not leftists, we're not far out. We're Americans who won votes in our areas. I won a primary against opposition on the issues that I've tried to support here. Most of the people who feel as I do did the same thing in their states. What is it that makes it improper for us, following the rules of procedure, to exercise our rights as elected delegates? That's the question we ask the country.
Do you have a copy of the rule there? Could you read it to us?
Sure, the rules are right here. Don, give me the rules so I can read it to the... I want to read the rule.
Wave the banner. Let him wave
The rule, I can tell you what the rule says. It simply says that any delegate may second the nomination or nominate anybody, President or Vice President of the United States, and that the roll call of states is a convenient way to determine at what point these nominations will be made. I had previously been under the podium because Pennsylvania had reserved the right to nominate Governor Hoff, and I was going to second it. Governor Hoff asked that his name be withdrawn, and we respected his request. At that point, I was told to leave the podium. Then Don Peterson asked if I would be willing to second the nomination of Julian Bond, whom I've known for many years as a magnificent American, and I agreed to do that. So having gotten us out of the podium on a pretext, they've now turned the microphone off so we may not make the seconding speech from the floor. The tragedy is that it's all so stupid, because obviously we could not have won the vote for Julian Bond. They would have had Senator Muskie. We have nothing to say against Senator Muskie, who is a man of ability and integrity, but we believe a Democratic convention should follow some rules of procedure and should allow people free speech within the rules as adopted by that convention.
Mr. Lowenstein, to Mr. Hoff, the governor of Vermont, did he give you a reason for not wanting his name placed in nomination?
He did, but I have great admiration for him, and I don't think it's proper for me to indicate those reasons. You might ask him. He had indicated that he felt it would be better from his point of view if we did not proceed with his nomination, and we deferred to that request, not because the rules required us to. We could have gone ahead and seconded and nominated him from the podium, presumably, but in deference to our effort constantly to do this by fair play and by honesty and by the procedures, when Governor Hoff indicated he didn't want to be nominated, we accepted that and assumed we would then have the right of any American to proceed to make nominations. We didn't even ask to go back to the podium, which under the rules we're entitled to, because we didn't want to slow down the procedures of the convention. We want the convention to be able to nominate who it wishes and to have its evening. But we felt, particularly on an evening when we've seen the movie about Senator Kennedy and all the things that Senator Kennedy stood for to so many of us, that we ought to follow some procedure of democracy in this convention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allard Lowenstein of New York in the Wisconsin delegation, trying to get recognition to second the nomination of Julian Bond. Now back to Chet and David.
The call of the states is now proceeding, and this is the actual vote.
California refused to vote until it was told why the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation was being held in jail.
Muskie, 1/2 vote for Julian Bond.
Madam Chairman.
Yes?
The Georgia Loyal National Democrats are honored by having the name of Julian H. Bond placed in nomination for Vice President of the United States of America, acting under the guidance and the will of Mr. Bond. He would like to remove his name from nomination, and the Loyal National Democrats pass at this time.
Does Delegate Bond desire his name, the chair inquires, removed from the call of the nomination for Vice President? What was the name of the delegate that just made the statement to the Secretary? For the Loyal
Mr.
Democrats.
Chairman, speaking for the Georgia Loyal National Democrats, I will present the Honorable Julian H. Bond.
The chair. The chair will recognize the delegate from Georgia, the Honorable Julian H. Bond.
Mr. Chairman, I'm deeply appreciative of the honor of having my name placed in nomination as a vice presidential candidate. Unfortunately, I have not yet reached the age and must therefore ask that my name be withdrawn. In addition, the Georgia Loyal National Democrats would like to pass.
Without objection, the withdrawal is agreed to.
Mayor Daley has sent his car and 2 of his bodyguards to the precinct jail. David Ho, the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, has been let out. The mayor's car is picking him up to bring him back to the hall.
Guam, 5.
Madam Secretary, Guam, U.S. territory, where America's day begins, cast its 5 votes for Senator Muskie of Maine.
Guam, 5 votes for Senator Muskie. Hawaii, 26.
Madam Secretary, Hawaii, 25 votes for Senator Ed Muskie, 1 vote for Senator Eugene McCarthy.
Thank you so much, Governor Burns, and aloha. That's 25 votes for Senator Muskie and 1 vote for Senator McCarthy. Idaho, 25.
Madam Chairman, Idaho gives all her 25 votes to Senator Muskie.
Idaho, 25 for Senator Muskie. Illinois.
Illinois is happy to cast 116 votes for a great American and the next Vice President, Edward Muskie.
The Illinois vote, 116 votes for Senator Muskie. Indiana, 63.
Indiana cast 63 votes for Senator Muskie.
Thank you, Senator Vance Harkey. Iowa, 46.
Iowa cast 46 votes for Senator Muskie.
Thank you, Governor Hughes. The Iowa vote, 46 for Senator Muskie. Kansas, 38.
Kansas cast 38 votes for Senator Muskie.
Thank you, Governor Docking. 38 votes of Kansas for Senator Muskie. Kentucky, 46.
Madam Chairman,
the bluegrass state of Kentucky proudly cast its 46 votes for Senator Muskie, the next Vice President of the United States.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Ford, for those 46 votes for Senator Muskie. Louisiana, 36.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman Albert, I was out of order just now because I'm a country boy and didn't know any better. Louisiana proudly cast her whole 36 votes for Senator Muskie.
Louisiana's 36 votes for Senator Muskie. Maine, 27.
Maine proudly cast 27 votes for Senator Edmund S. Muskie.
Maine, 27 votes for Muskie. Maryland, 49.
Maryland cast 49 votes for Senator Ed Muskie.
Maryland, 49 votes for Senator Muskie. Massachusetts, 72.
Massachusetts cast 72 votes for United States Senator Edmund Muskie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Massachusetts 72 votes go to Senator Muskie. Michigan, 96.
Michigan proudly cast 96 votes for the next Vice President, Senator Edmund Muskie.
The Michigan vote, 96 votes for Senator Muskie. Minnesota, 52.
Document in front of Harold.
I beg your pardon?
She gone? Minnesota, Madam Secretary, Minnesota votes 12 and 1/2 votes for Bond, 39 and 1/2 votes for Muskie.
The Minnesota vote, 12 and 1/2 votes for Julian Bond, and 39 and 1/2 votes for Senator Muskie. Mississippi, 24.
Madam Secretary, Mississippi passes.
Mississippi passes. Missouri, 60.
Madam Secretary, Missouri cast 60 votes for Senator Muskie.
Missouri cast 60 votes for Senator Muskie. Montana, 26.
Montana casts 26 votes for Senator Muskie.
Montana, 26 for Senator Muskie. Nebraska, 30.
Mr. Chairman, Nebraska casts 24 votes for Muskie, 2 votes for McCarthy, 2 votes for Congressman Don Edwards, and 2 abstaining.
I'm sorry, I didn't get all of that. Would you repeat it?
Nebraska cast 24 votes for Senator Muskie.
Yes.
2 votes for Senator McCarthy.
Yes.
2 votes for Congressman Don Edwards. And 2 abstaining.
Now I have it. The Nebraska vote, 24 votes for Senator Muskie, 2 votes for Senator McCarthy, 2 votes for John Edwards, and 2 abstaining. Nevada, 22 votes.
Madam Secretary, Nevada votes 19 and 1/2 votes for Senator Muskie, 1 vote for Sergeant Shriver, and 1 and 1/2 votes for Senator Edward Kennedy.
The Nevada vote is as follows. 19 and 1/2 votes for Senator Muskie, 1 and 1/2 votes for Senator Ted Kennedy, and 1 vote for Sergeant Shriver. New Hampshire, 26.
Madam Chairman, New Hampshire, whose motto is live free or die, passes.
New Hampshire passes. New Jersey, 82. 82. New Jersey.
Madam Secretary, New Jersey cast 65 votes for Senator Muskie, 16 votes abstain, and 1 person wishes to vote for Mr. Bond.
The New Jersey vote. 65 votes for Senator Muskie, 1 for Julian Bond, and 16 abstaining. New Mexico, 26.
New Mexico, the land of enchantment, cast 23 and 1/2 votes for Senator Muskie, 2 and 1/2 votes abstain.
New Mexico vote, 23 1/2 votes for Senator Muskie, 2 1/2 votes abstained. New York, 190.
New York cast 100 votes for Muskie, 90 votes abstain in protest of the arrest of the New Hampshire chairman.
The New York vote, 100 votes for Senator Muskie and 90 votes abstaining. North Carolina, 59.
Mr. Chairman, North Carolina cast 1 vote for her distinguished former Governor Terry Sanford and 58 votes for the next Vice President of the United States, Senator Muskie.
Thank you, Governor Moore. The North Carolina vote, 58 votes for Senator Muskie and 1 for the former governor of North Carolina, the delightful Terry Sanford. North Carolina, 25. North Dakota, 25.
Madam Secretary, North Dakota cast 23 votes for Senator Muskie, 3 votes for Julian Bond, and 1 vote for our neighbor, Senator George McGovern.
Would you please repeat that for me? North Dakota's 25 votes.
23 votes for Senator Muskie.
Yes.
3 votes for Julian Bond.
Yes.
And 1 vote for Senator George McGovern.
Thank you. I'm afraid you're casting a couple more than I read out for you.
There is no contest, as you see now, in the voting on the vice presidency. David Ho, the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, who was arrested, handcuffed, and dragged out of the hall, held in jail, is now back and is in the NBC studio here in the auditorium with Bill Matney. Bill?
Thank you, David. Mr. Ho, I witnessed the event outside at the delegates' entrance. Just specifically, what happened to you this evening?
I saw a television program as I was walking into the convention hall that described the packing of the galleries with passes that were issued, and apparently the passes were paper. At least this was the gist of the television program. This was a California delegate who was protesting this. So it occurred to me that it might be useful to determine whether this was a factual story or not. So I went to the gate and I took a plastic card about the size of a credit card. It's an identification card.
From Dartmouth College?
Yes, it is. It happens to be. And I walked to the machine and I inserted it, and the green light went on, as it does with these. I stepped back and I went to see...
The Vice President is entering the hall. Mr. Ho will come back in just a moment.
Vice President Humphrey is coming into the hall, as you see, for his acceptance speech. Bill?
Go right ahead.
I inserted the card in, and the green light went on as it had. We'd been instructed that these badges were somehow computerized, and a computer registered the number, and as you walk in the door, and you can't take the badge outside and use it again.
So you put the badge into the
machine
device,
and it registered with the green light that my normal delegate badge would register.
Were you wearing your delegate badge at this time?
Yes, I was.
Then what happened?
Then I stepped back and I walked over to several of my friends, the chairman, one of the delegates in California, Gerald Hill, and my co-delegate in New Hampshire, Gary Studds, and I said, this card works in the machines. Let's go see. And I took them over to the machine and I said, look. And as I began to insert the card into the machine, I was restrained from doing so by one of the guards that stands at the machine. I then attempted to show this by grabbing onto the machine and inserting it. I wanted the light to go on again so that these other people could see this. The light, I then was forcibly pushed back. I stepped back and I said, I want to talk to a newsman. And I stepped back in the area of a camera that was over to the side, and I said, at this point I was saying that this card, any card, will work in the machines, that this is a phony. I talked to, at that point, the police
There was quite a
came
bit of
around.
commotion at that
Yes,
time.
at that point the attention was drawn to the situation, and the police came over, and I said, this card is a phony. My card, that the badges are phonies, that they do not find computer systems.
Well,
Anything will work.
When did the police attempt to move you from the area?
At this point, the police grabbed me and began to forcibly eject me from this into the side area. Of course, there was a large crush of people around, and I was pushed back into the side area, outside a door. At that point, I asked the police officer for his badge number and his name, and he refused to give it to me. And I reached up and I grabbed his badge off of his shirt, and I picked it up and I tried to throw it to one of the people that I had been talking to previously. He grabbed my arms, pulled them up behind me, and handcuffed me.
Had you identified yourself to the police by this time?
Yes, I had. I said that I was the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, and I was accredited delegate on the floor of the convention, and that I was protesting the fact that we had been misrepresented in terms of the use of the delegate.
Well, do you think your own behavior sort of helped this along?
No, I do not. I think that my situation was to acquaint as many people as possible with the fact that these cards that we've been carrying around here are a misrepresentation, and that the machine device is purely a device to limit and control the access to the floor.
Well, Mr. Ho, I was there, and you were screaming quite loud. You were saying, help me, help me, help me.
Well, this is when I was being forcibly moved from the hall. I wanted to speak to a newsman. I wanted to discuss the situation with a newsman. The police came over and pushed me, forcing me out of the hall.
Now, is this where you sustained the laceration on the forehead?
Yes, in the scuffle, I had my glasses on at that point. In the scuffle, my glasses were ripped up, my watch crystal was broken, my hands were with the handcuffs. When they put.
Now, do you recall biting a policeman on the hand? I just left the station
Absolutely
just
not.
You bit a police officer across the hand?
Absolutely not. It was a complete fabrication. I have never bitten anyone in my memory, and I would not bite a policeman. I'm an organizing director of the American Civil Liberties Union in the state of New Hampshire, and I know my rights. I know where I stand and how I must be, what rights I have before the police, and I know what limits there are in the discretion.
What about your treatment at the Deering Police District?
I was taken out of the hall, out a side entrance. My arms were held up, my back all the way along. I said, I will go quietly. I know my rights. I will go quietly. The issue here is the one that I made. I will go quietly to the police station, and I will stand there, take the handcuffs off. Please release the handcuffs.
Do you think did you deliberately inspire this incident tonight, Mr.
Absolutely not. I had been given the indication that this was a computerized tag and that there were only limited numbers available. There were very limited numbers of visitor passes available to my delegation. And yesterday, I saw large numbers of additional people coming onto the floor and into the galleries, especially into the galleries, that would indicate to me that someone has been controlling a large number of extra access passes.
Mr. Ho, I've just been informed that the state of Washington has now cast 3 votes for you for vice president.
Well,
what is your reaction to that?
I'm not eligible to serve. I'm not old enough.
But you are a candidate for Congress in New Hampshire.
Yes, I am a candidate for Congress.
Well, now that you've been released, and obviously you were released because of some political intervention, because I understand there was a charge of aggravated battery being prepared against you at the station.
Well, this was based upon this complete prefabrication on the part of the police in terms of this laceration on the hand, and I absolutely denied that. I did.
Were you aware that two of Mayor Daley's bodyguards were there at the station when you were released?
Yes, I was. It was quite clear that Mayor Daley intervened in this case, and in an attempt to
and two members of the
relieve
Corporation Counsel's office.
Yes.
Well, now that all of this is over and you're back here in the hall, what is your feeling? Are you feel some sort of gratitude for at least being out of jail and not being detained on this charge?
Well, I'm not concerned about that issue. I am concerned about the misrepresentations that have occurred in this, in terms of our delegation, and I think that the members of my delegation would be very happy to confirm the fact that these passes were misrepresented.
Well, let's get back to this Dartmouth College. What is this, an identification card or credit card?
It's an identification card.
What the use of this card in that device out there? What did it, to cause you to do this? Almost a practical joke. Does it represent frustration or exasperation? What prompted you to do that?
No, I was prompted to do it because of a misrepresentation on the part of the people who instructed us with regard to the use of these passes. I'm perfectly willing, and I at no time violated the sanctity of the floor. I at no time violated the use of my pass. It was always either in my hands or in the hands of an alternate delegate, a legitimate alternate delegate from my delegation. What I object to is that this was a flagrant misrepresentation. The use of, to me, of a computerized system used to intimidate the delegates from using the passes in such a way, and also limiting the numbers of passes that are available to delegations.
Well, now, when you get back home, what sort of reaction are you going to pass on to the Democrats in New Hampshire? Are you blaming the Democratic Party? Just how are you going to interpret this to the people back home?
Well, I would hope that situations of this sort would not occur again. I think that the point that I'm attempting to make is that misrepresentation in an open and free democratic society is not a useful tool in attempting to control people. I think that you tell people the true story. You tell them honestly and forthrightly, and you ask them to respect the sanctity of their credentials, the credentials which we got from through the primary process in the state of New Hampshire. I was an elected primary delegate. I was given credentials as a result of that, and I would respect those credentials.
One final question, Mr. Hull. When you leave the studio and attempt to go back out on the floor, do you think you're going to use your delegate's pass, or are you going to put that identification card back in that machine?
I think that I made the point as I was coming into the hall. I said, shall we try it again and just show people that this actually does work?
But you don't think you'll do it again?
I was advised that why try that again? I don't understand that it was a violation of any of the rules. I did not attempt to gain access to the floor. I was attempting to prove that the machines are a fraud.
David Hull, the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, and now back to the booth.
Well, a commotion has just occurred here because Mayor Daley got 12 votes from some delegation for Vice President. From Alabama. So all the Daley people are cheering, and those opposed to Mr. Daley are booing. Let's listen.
The loudest cheering here is coming from Mayor Daley's busload of supporters, hundreds of them, in the galleries.
Madam Secretary, the correct vote is 3 1/2 for Mayor Daley. 25
Now,
and a half.
Alabama, please
Changed it.
go on with this. Alabama,
And 2 1/2 votes abstaining.
Alabama,
You can't make it out. The chant is down with Daley. It's coming from several delegations, but not all by any means.
Mr. Daley is not in the hall at the moment. By the way, I'd like to give credit to our delegation reporter, George Wilson, who largely was responsible for developing that fascinating story on the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, David Howe.
The band in the auditorium, on orders from the podium, is trying to stop the demonstration by striking up with a spirited rendition of the Grand Old Flag. It's a Grand Old Flag. Has a report. John?
The borders of the state of New York and the state of Alabama on this convention floor are just this far apart. Behind me is New York. When Alabama cast the votes for Mayor Daley, the New York delegates back here began crying, "Shame, shame, shame." And the Alabama delegates began coming back with, "We want Daley." And then the galleries took it up, and of course they're now fully filled with Daley people all the way around. We were standing by here to have a little talk with Paul O'Dwyer, who is the New York Democratic senatorial candidate. Mr. O'Dwyer, in the middle of all of this, can you tell me why Julian Bond was nominated?
Well, he was nominated it was at the request of the Georgia caucus because of the fact that they felt many things. First, the conduct of this convention, the pushing around of delegates and of news media and everything of that kind, and also the cruelty in the streets. The fact that we were in this kind of a police state type of atmosphere, and also the fact that they felt that the memory of Martin Luther King was slighted and that he did not get the kind of a fitting tribute he should get here.
And so they wanted to get people on that podium nominating him and seconding him so they could air these issues. They never really wanted to make him vice president, did they?
No, that's right. That was precisely what it was. And then later on, it was called to his attention that he was not of legal age, I think by you.
It was. Thank you very much. Mr. Paul O'Dwyer explaining some more of the maneuvering we've had on the floor here.
Mr. Daley has returned to the hall.
Daley moved that the chair ask unanimous consent that Senator Muskie be nominated by acclamation. The chair went through the motions of asking for yeses and nos or yeas and nays. In the confusion, nothing could be heard by him or anyone else, but he declared the motion carried. the convention.
Declares the Honorable Edmund S. Muskie the Democratic candidate for Vice President of the United States by acclamation.
Muskie has been nominated by acclamation. The rules of the House of Representatives apply here, and under those rules, the Speaker in the House, or the Chairman here, has very great powers. And he can decide that the ayes have it, or the noes have it, and there's really no arguing with him unless you want to force a roll call, which is often impossible, and I dare say at this convention hall tonight it would be impossible. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Senator Muskie of Maine, that he has been nominated for the Vice Presidency of the United States. You can imagine how surprised he's going to be. I've often wondered what is said when that delegation does go to the candidate. What the exchanges must be. Well, you got a drink in here? NBC News' John Ford reports that Texas Governor Conley has termed Senator McCarthy's statement that he will not support Humphrey intellectual dishonesty. He pointed out McCarthy's supporters had attacked his Texas delegation at the Democratic National Convention as not representative of real Texas Democrats and had unsuccessfully challenged 50 of its seats. But Conley went on, I was not surprised at last to see Senator McCarthy walk down among the yippies and the hippies and the terrorists and the anarchists and announce to them that he would not support the nominee of his own party. Here's another item. A federal court restrained the Chicago police today, Thursday, from interfering with news reporting of disturbances during Democratic National Convention week. The U.S. Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals issued its orders hours after Judge William Campbell of the United States District Court had rejected the complaint, saying that the 4 photographers who filed it were not employed by Chicago news media. 3 of the 4 live in Chicago. One, Frederick T. Schnell, is president of the Chicago chapter of the American Society of Magazine Photographers and does work for Time and Life. Judge Campbell had also ruled that the complaint failed to list individual policemen and that it erred in naming the city of Chicago and police superintendent James B. Conlisk, Jr. without submitting proof that they participated in the alleged beatings. But the Judge Elmer Schnackenberg of the Court of Appeals granted a temporary injunction forbidding Conlisk and all policemen to interfere by force, violence, or intimidation with the rights of newsmen and photographers to cover public events. David?
Dick Gregory and 12 people described as delegates to the convention have been arrested at 18th Street and Michigan Avenue. And I doubt Mayor Daley's bodyguards and limousine will go to get them out.
NBC's George Wilson reports that the thousands of posters saying "We love Mayor Daley" were printed this afternoon at the request of a representative from the Chicago Democratic Organization, a printing plant in the Stockyards area near the amphitheater. Progress Printing Company just finished printing the posters about 2 hours ago, and they were distributed on the seats of delegates and throughout the balcony seats.
Well, there's a print shop here in the hall, and they charge $6 for signs unless it is for Mayor Daley, in which case it is free. And somebody went and asked for a sign saying "Chicago is Prague, Czechoslovakia," and they refused to print it. Excuse me. What did he say? We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Senator Muskie has just been called to the podium, has just been introduced, and is about to deliver his acceptance speech for the vice presidential nomination. I asked a very leading Democrat in the Senate not too long ago to name the two senators who, in his opinion, had the brightest political futures. And with about 2 seconds hesitation, he replied, Muskie of Maine and Harris of Oklahoma. Harris introduced or nominated Muskie tonight.
Mrs. Muskie there beside Mrs. Humphrey. Dark hair.
Mr. Chairman, Oregon wants to record its vote. The chair has been advised that Oregon did not record its vote. But the time having passed, the Oregon delegation may send its vote forward. What is the? Was Oregon called in the regular order? Well, what was the Oregon vote? All right.
Oregon
what was
didn't.
The Oregon vote.
Oregon did not get its vote recorded during the roll call.
What was the Oregon vote? State your vote. Your point comes too late, but we are being tolerant of the gentleman.
Oregon is not at its microphone, and so it is impossible to hear what they're saying.
Now a chant goes up, we want Oregon.
Mr. Chairman, that great young senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Senator Harris, the governor of my home state of Maine, Governor Curtis, that distinguished governor of the state of New Jersey, Governor Hughes, and my old and good friend from the great state of Michigan, Senator Phil Hart. And fellow delegates, and fellow Americans, may I first of all say, in behalf of myself and my wife Jane, a sincere thank you for your trust and for your confidence. For those who preferred someone else, I'd like to tell you of something that happened in my hometown in Maine late this afternoon. I learned of the Vice President's decision about 4 o'clock. It was too late for me to bring any of my family to Chicago. As a result, they were all besieged by reporters and television people, an experience they weren't very accustomed to. And so my mother was asked by one reporter whether or not she expected to vote for me. And you'd be interested in her reply. She said, "Well, if no one offers anyone better, I suppose I will." That's one vote I'm going to have to work for. I didn't really expect that this opportunity and responsibility would come to me. Let me assure you that no Democrat from my state in my lifetime would ever expect to have the opportunity to speak in a room of this many Democrats. And with that background, we have learned to be proud to be a Democrat in a state where it's hard to prove that it's a worthwhile status in life. And so my reaction to this responsibility and to this opportunity is a very mixed one. But above all else, it is an acute awareness of the work we have to do to build a peace, to heal our country, to make a society such as ours work is not easy. It means learning to live with, to understand, and to respect many different kinds of human beings, of different colors, of different races, of different national origins, of different cultural levels, of different tastes and intellectual capacities, of different educational attainments, of different social backgrounds, personalities, and dispositions, and to accept them all as equals. It means learning to trust each other, to work with each other, to think of each other as neighbors. It means diminishing our prerogatives by as much as is necessary to give others the same prerogatives. It means respect for the rule of law as a dispenser of justice as well as a maintainer of order. It means giving all citizens an equal opportunity to participate in American life and in the policy-making processes of our society. And in all frankness, our society has not worked in this way up to now. There are risks in such a society because there is evil as well as good. There is meanness as well as generosity. There is dishonesty as well as honesty. And there is violence as well as peace. But these are risks we must take. There are those who believe that a society of this kind cannot work. To put their doubts in perspective, let us not forget that when we began this experiment in government, we did not instantly achieve an equal chance for every member of our society. But we did promise to work toward it. We made that promise because we believe that when men, however different, are free to grow, they will enlarge their intellectual and spiritual powers. They will achieve more satisfying lives for themselves. They will become better neighbors to others. And they will make possible a more enlightened and a more civilized society. The practice of freedom since that time has made possible tremendous advances in the lives of the average citizen of our country. But ironically, those very advances have highlighted our shortcomings. Shortcomings which have denied hope for improvement to too many Americans. Shortcomings which have concealed the reality of hunger, poverty, and deprivation for many under an illusion of prosperity and equality for all. We have learned, painfully at times, that freedom does not automatically correct the inequities, the injustices, and the human failings of any society. Freedom does not automatically create concern, understanding, and compassion in all citizens. And so we have learned that freedom does not work unless we work at it. And that I believe to be part of the reason for the surging determination of so many of our young people and of the disadvantaged among us to make a place for themselves in building the future of our country. In identifying the direction in which it should go, in setting the pace at which we should move. Such a force as this, generated by these young people, should hearten those who believe in freedom as the most creative expression of the human spirit. But there are some disquieting aspects to this force, because it can be expressed, and often is, in unrestrained, irrational, and even explosive ways. These may be the product of impatience with results, of lack of confidence in our intentions, of lack of experience with the democratic process. And they may also be the product of exploitation by militants whose motives are suspect. We who have had the advantages of living and experiencing freedom must have the patience to make the distinction between these two groups and to deal with each of them differently. We must learn to work with these people to ensure their continued and more meaningful participation in the democratic process. We must inspire their confidence that their efforts will achieve the dignity, the opportunity, and the equality which they seek. This is the way. This is the way to develop the self-discipline of free citizens in an enlightened and civilized society without which it cannot survive. This is the kind of work which the Democratic Party knows, which it has responded to instinctively, and which it has done so well. And let me say to you, my fellow Democrats, that in this election year, we must surpass all our previous efforts, not so much for the success of our party, but for the survival of liberty in our country. And I might close by suggesting as a standard the words of a voice from an ancient democracy in Greece. The words were these: we are capable at the same time of taking risks and of estimating them beforehand. Others are brave out of ignorance, and when they stop to think, they begin to fear. But the man who can most truly be accounted brave is he who best knows the meaning of what is sweet in life and of what is terrible, then goes out undeterred to meet what is to come. And so, my fellow Americans, let us make certain that we know the difference between what is sweet in life and what is terrible, and that we then go out undeterred to meet what is to come. It is in this spirit that I accept your nomination and will try to justify it.
Commercial started a minute ago when Senator Muskie appeared. We took it off so as not to miss it. Now we'll try again. A message from Gulf. The next order of business here is the acceptance speech by Vice President Humphrey, who will be along in a minute. They're now appointing a committee to escort him into the auditorium, and he then will speak. and we predict he will accept the nomination. He, in talking to members of Mr. Humphrey's, Vice President Humphrey's campaign staff in the last few weeks, Chet, they never had any doubt, he never had any doubt that he was going to win the nomination. But he was worried that within the Democratic Party, even though he was going to be nominated, he was not loved. And politicians need to be loved. They want votes, of course. They want lots of them, but they like to have them lovingly cast. And he has indeed won the nomination, and there is indeed a wide split here in the party in this hall. It's been reflected in a dozen different ways since these sessions began at the beginning of this week. The formality is to appoint a committee of party leaders of one kind or another, Congress, governors, and various others. They march out back, walk out back of the rostrum where the vice president is waiting, inform him that he has been nominated and that the convention is awaiting his acceptance. And he will come through that door. Go ahead.
One of our people managed to get into that back room the other day when there was no great impending matter of state. And he said it was almost funereal back there. People in chairs sitting there, going over their notes and their speeches for the last time, making their corrections, nervous about that terrible moment when they would walk out on the platform and face this convention. No one said anything to each other, and it was a very odd atmosphere.
NBC News is in contact with the Chicago Police Department, inviting the officer who arrested the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation to come in and appear on television and tell his version of what happened. We have not yet had a response. John Ford of NBC News tells us that Governor Connolly of Texas had some kind words for the Chicago police and Mayor Daley. He referred to the demonstrators who were the object of their attacks last night as terrorists and anarchists, and he said the police and the mayor had been put in a very difficult situation in trying to provide security for innocent people. He said some of the police might have overreacted, but he said by and large they were restrained, well-trained, and worthy of being commended. That's from Governor Connolly of Texas.
Downtown tonight, David, tear gas has been used to disperse about 2,000 demonstrators at 18th and Michigan. At least 4 van loads of demonstrators were arrested, including Dr. John Cashin of Alabama, who led one of the groups of Alabama dissidents, and the comedian Dick Gregory. 2 National Guardsmen were injured during the incident. Other demonstrators, presumably from the group which had been at 18th and Michigan, now have started filtering back into Grant Park.
Mr. Humphrey, in his speech here tonight, has a formidable job, and it is to say whatever he might find to say, trying to unify a party that is badly divided, partly badly divided because of the, among the candidates, winners and losers. There are 1 winner and 3 losers. Badly divided over its policy on Vietnam, and badly upset by what has happened in and outside the convention hall here in Chicago. Some of the delegates last night left here angry and bitter and were saying that the events of last night probably cost the Democrats the election in November. They may change their minds later, but in any case, that's what they were saying last night. Vice President Humphrey, in his acceptance speech, certainly will have to try to make some reference to the arguments, the fights, the divisions, the violence in Chicago, without being so pointed about it as to stir up the anger again, and to try however he can to bring the party together. He's coming into the hall now. Let's go down to the rostrum.
years in political life, Vice President Hubert Humphrey has made many crucial or key speeches, but perhaps this hour is the moment of truth. This one could be more crucial than any he's ever delivered, because he has to unite this party, which, let's face it, is certainly not united at this moment. And this is a big opportunity, of course, to try it. There probably are more people listening and watching tonight than there will be at any other time throughout the campaign, any other one time. And, of course, the speech comes on the heels of all the events that have taken place here in Chicago throughout the week. It comes following all the bitter argument and the quarrels and fratricide which marked this convention.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, my fellow Americans, my fellow Democrats, I proudly accept the nomination of our party This moment is one of personal pride and gratification, yet one cannot help but reflect the deep sadness that we feel over the troubles and the violence which have erupted regrettably and tragically in the streets of this great city, and for the personal injuries which have occurred. Surely we have now learned the lesson that violence breeds counter-violence, and it cannot be condoned, whatever the source. I know that every delegate to this convention shares tonight my sorrow and my distress over these incidents. And may we, for just one moment, in sober reflection and serious purpose, may we just quietly and silently, each in our own way, pray for our country. And may we just share for a moment a few of those immortal words of the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, words which I think may help heal the wounds, ease the pain, and lift our hearts. Listen to this immortal saint. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Those are the words of a saint. And may those of us of less purity listen to them well. And may America tonight resolve that never, never again shall we see what we have seen. Yes, I accept your nomination in this spirit that I have spoken, knowing that the months and the years ahead will severely test
our America. And might I say that as this America is tested, that once again we give our testament to America. And I do not think it is sentimental, nor is it cheap, but I think it is true that each and every one of us in our own way should once again reaffirm to ourselves and our posterity that we love this nation, we love America. But take heart, my fellow Americans. This is not the first time that our nation has faced a challenge to its life and its purpose. And each time that we've had to face these challenges, we have emerged with new greatness and with new strength. We must make this moment of crisis, we must make it a moment of creation. As it has been said, in the worst of times, a great people must do the best of things, and let us do it. We stand at such a moment now in the affairs of this nation because, my fellow Americans, something new, something different has happened. There is an end of an era, and there is the beginning of a new day. And it is the special genius of the Democratic Party that it welcomes change, not as an enemy, but as an ally, not as a force to be suppressed, but as an instrument of progress to be encouraged. This week, our party has debated the great issues before America in this very hall. And had we not raised these issues, troublesome as they were, we would have ignored the reality of change. Had we just papered over the differences between us with empty platitudes, instead of frank, hard debate, we would deserve the contempt of our fellow citizens and the condemnation of history. Yes, we dared to speak out, and we have heard hard and sometimes bitter debate. But I submit that this is the debate, and this is the work of a free people, the work of an open convention, and the work of a political party responsive to the needs of this nation. Democracy affords debate, discussion, and dissent. But, my fellow Americans, it also requires decision. And we have decided here, not by edict, but by vote, not by force, but by ballot. Majority rule has prevailed, but minority rights are preserved. There is always the temptation to leave the scene of battle in anger and despair. But those who know the true meaning of democracy accept the decision of today, but never relinquishing their right to change it tomorrow. the space of but a week, this convention has literally laid the foundations of a new Democratic Party structure in America. From precinct level to the floor of this convention, we have revolutionized our rules and our procedures. And that revolution is in the proud tradition of our party. It is in the tradition of Franklin Roosevelt, who knew that America had nothing to fear but fear itself. And it is in the tradition of that one and only Harry Truman, who let him have it and told it like it was. That's the way we're going to do it from here on out. And it is in the tradition of that beloved man, Adlai Stevenson, who talked sense to the American people. And oh, tonight how we miss this great, good, and gentle man of peace in America. And my fellow Americans, all that we do and all that we ever hope to do must be in the tradition of John F. Kennedy, who said to us, ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? My fellow Democrats and fellow Americans, in that spirit of that great man, let us ask what together we can do for the freedom of man. And what we are doing is in the tradition of Lyndon B. Johnson, who rallied a grief-stricken nation. A grief-stricken nation when our leader was stricken by the assassin's bullet, and said to you and said to me and said to all the world, let us continue. And in the space of 5 years since that tragic moment, President Johnson has accomplished more of the unfinished business of America than any of his modern predecessors. And I truly believe that history will surely record the greatness of his contribution to the people of this land. And tonight to you, Mr. President, I say thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, my fellow Democrats, we have recognized, and indeed we must recognize, the end of an era and the beginning of a new day. And that new day belongs to the people, to all the people, everywhere in this land of the people, to every man, woman, and child that is a citizen of this republic. And within that new day lies nothing less than the promise seen a generation ago by that poet Thomas Wolfe. To every man his chance, to every man regardless of his birth his shining golden opportunity, to every man the right to live and to work and to be himself and to become whatever thing his manhood and his vision can combine to make him. This is the promise of America. Yes, the new day is here. Across America, throughout the entire world, the forces of emancipation are at work. We hear freedom's rising chorus. Let me live my own life. Let me live in peace. Let me be free, say the people. And that cry is heard today in our slums, on our farms, and in our cities. It is heard from the old as well as from the young. It is heard in Eastern Europe, and it is heard in Vietnam. And it will be answered by us in how we face the three realities that confront this nation. The first reality is the necessity for peace in Vietnam and in the world. The second reality is the necessity for peace and justice in our cities and in our nation. And the third reality is the paramount necessity for unity in our country. Let me speak first then about Vietnam. There are differences, of course, serious differences within our party on this vexing and painful issue of Vietnam. And these differences are found even within the ranks of all of the Democratic presidential candidates. But might I say to my fellow Americans that once you have examined the differences, I hope you will also recognize the much larger areas of agreement. Let those who believe that our cause in Vietnam has been right, or those who believe that it has been wrong, agree here and now that neither vindication nor repudiation will bring peace or be worthy of this country. The question is not the yesterdays, but the question is, what do we do now? No one knows what the situation in Vietnam will be. when the next President of the United States takes that oath of office on January 20th, 1969. But every heart in America prays that by then we shall have reached a ceasefire in all Vietnam and be in serious negotiation towards a durable peace. Meanwhile, as a citizen, a candidate, and vice president, I pledge to you and to my fellow Americans that I shall do everything within my power, within the limits of my capacity and ability, to aid the negotiations and to bring a prompt end to this war. Remind you of the words of a truly great citizen of the world, Winston Churchill. It was he who said, and we would heed his words well, "Those who use today and the present to stand in judgment of the past may well lose the future." And if there is any one lesson that we should have learned, it is that the policies of tomorrow need not be limited by the policies of yesterday. Fellow Americans, if it becomes my high honor to serve as President of these states and people, I shall apply that lesson to the search for peace in Vietnam as to all other areas of national policy. Now let me ask you, do you remember these words at another time in a different place? Peace and freedom do not come cheap. And we are destined, all of us here today, to live out most, if not all, of our lives in uncertainty and challenge and peril. The words of a prophet, yes. The words of a president, yes. The words of the challenge of today, yes. And the words of John Kennedy to you and to me and to posterity. Last week, we witnessed once again in Czechoslovakia the desperate attempt of tyranny to crush out the forces of liberalism by force and brutal power, to hold back change. But in Eastern Europe, as elsewhere, the old era will surely end, and there, as here, a new day will dawn. And to speed this day, we must go far beyond where we've been. beyond containment to communication, beyond the emphasis of differences to dialogue, beyond fear to hope. We must cross those remaining barriers of suspicion and despair. We must halt the arms race before it halts humanity. And is this a vain hope? Is it but a dream? I say the record says no. Within the last few years, we have made progress. We have negotiated a nuclear test ban treaty. We have laid the groundwork for a nuclear non-proliferation treaty. We have reached agreement on banning weapons in outer space. We have been building patiently, stone by stone, each in our own way, the Cathedral of Peace. And now we must take new initiatives with prudence and caution, but with perseverance. We must find the way and the means to control and reduce offensive and defensive nuclear missile systems. The world cannot indefinitely hope to avoid nuclear war, which one rash act, one error in judgment, one failure in communications could unleash upon all humanity and destroy. There is no more urgent task than ending this threat to the very survival of our planet. And if I am elected as your president, I commit myself, body, mind, and soul to this task. Now, our second reality is the necessity for peace at home. There is, my friends, let's see it as it is. There is trouble in America, but it does not come from a lack of faith, but it comes from the kindling of hope. When the homeless can find a home, they do not give up the search for a better home. When the hopeless find hope, they seek higher hopes. And in 1960 and again in 1964, you, the American people, gave us a mandate to awaken America to its unmet needs. You asked us to get America moving again, and we have, and America is on the move. And we have awakened expectations. We have aroused new voices, and new voices that must and will be heard. We have inspired new hope in millions of men and women, and they are impatient, and rightly so, impatient now to see their hopes and their aspirations fulfilled. We have raised a new standard of life in our America, not just for the poor, but for every American, wage earner, businessman, farmer, school child, and housewife. A standard by which the future progress must be judged. Our most urgent challenge is in urban America, where most of our people live. Some 70% of our people live on 2% of our land, and within 25 years, 100 million more will join our national family. I ask you tonight, where shall they live? How shall they live? What shall be their future? We are going to decide in the next 4 years those questions. The next President of the United States will establish policies not only for this generation, but for children yet unborn. Our task is tremendous, and I need your help. The simple solution of the frustrated and the frightened to our complex urban problems is to lash out against society. But we know, and they must know, that this is no answer. Violence breeds more violence. Disorder destroys. And only in order can we build. Riot makes for ruin. Reason makes for solution. So from the White House, to the courthouse to the City Hall, every official has the solemn responsibility of guaranteeing to every American, black and white, rich and poor, the right to personal security, life. Every American, black or white, rich or poor, has the right in this land of ours to a safe and a decent neighborhood. And on this there can be no compromise. I put it very bluntly. Rioting, burning, sniping, mugging, traffic in narcotics, and disregard for the law are the advance guard of anarchy, and they must and they will be stopped. But may I say most respectfully, particularly to some who have spoken before, the answer lies in reasoned, effective action by state, local, and federal authority. The answer does not lie in an attack on our courts, our laws, or our Attorney General. Want a police state, but we need a state of law and order. We do not want a police state, but we need a state of law and order. And neither mob violence nor police brutality have any place in America. I pledge to use every resource that is available to the presidency, every resource available to the president to end for once and for all the fear that is in our cities. Now let me speak of other rights. Nor can there be any compromise with the right of every American who is able and who is willing to work to have a job. That's an American right too. Who is willing to be a good neighbor, to be able to live in a decent home in the neighborhood of his own choice. Nor can there be any compromise with the right of every American who is anxious and willing to learn to have a good education. And it is to these rights, the rights of law and order, the rights of life, the rights of liberty, the right of a job, the right of a home in a decent neighborhood, and the right of an education. It is to these rights that I pledge my life and whatever capacity and ability I have. We cannot be satisfied with merely repairing that which is old. We must also move beyond the enclosures of our traditional cities to create new cities, to restore our present cities, yes, and we must bring prosperity and modern living and opportunity to our rural areas. We must design an open America, opening new opportunities for new Americans in open land. I say to this audience, we have invested billions to explore outer space where man may live tomorrow. We must also be willing to invest to develop inner space right here on earth where man may live today. And now that third reality, essential if the other two are to be achieved, is the necessity, my fellow Americans, for unity in our country, for tolerance and forbearance, for holding together as a family. And we must make a great decision. Are we to be one nation, or are we to be a nation divided? Divided between black and white, between rich and poor, between north and south, between young and old. I take my stand. We are and we must be one nation, united by liberty and justice for all, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. This is our America. Just as I've said to you, there can be no compromise on the right of personal security. There can be no compromise on securing of human rights. If America is to make a crucial judgment of leadership in this coming election, then let that selection be made without either candidate hedging or equivocating. Winning the presidency, for me, is not worth the price of silence or evasion on the issue of human rights. Winning the presidency, and listen well, winning the presidency is not worth a compact with extremism. I choose not simply to run for president. I seek to lead a great nation. And either we achieve true justice in our land, or we shall doom ourselves to a terrible exhaustion of body and spirit. I base my entire candidacy on the belief which comes from the very depths of my soul, which comes from basic religious conviction, that the American people will stand up, that they will stand up for justice and fair play, and that they will respond to the call of one citizenship open to all for all Americans. So this is the message that I shall take to the people, and I ask you to stand with me. And to all of my fellow Democrats now who have labored hard and openly this week at the difficult and sometimes frustrating work of democracy, I pledge myself to that task of leading the Democratic Party to victory in November. Say to those who have differed with their neighbor or those who have differed with a fellow Democrat, may I say to you that all of your goals, that all of your high hopes, that all of your dreams, all of them will come to naught if we lose this election, and many of them can be realized with the victory that can come to us. And now a word to two good friends, to my friends, and they are my friends, and they're your friends, and they're fellow Democrats, to my friends Gene McCarthy and George McGovern. To my friends Gene McCarthy and George McGovern, who have given new hope to a new generation of Americans that there can be greater meaning in their lives, that America can respond to men of moral concern. To these two good Americans, I ask your help for our America, and I ask you to help me in this difficult campaign that lies ahead. I appeal to you, to those thousands, yea, millions of young Americans, to join us not simply as campaigners, but to continue as vocal, creative, and even critical participants in the politics of our time. Never were you needed so much, and never could you do so much if you were without help now. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream. Robert F. Kennedy, as you saw tonight, had a great vision. If America will respond to that dream and that vision, if America will respond to that dream and that vision, their deaths will not mark the moment when America lost its way, but it will mark the time when America found its conscience. These men have given us inspiration, and direction. And I pledge from this platform tonight, we shall not abandon their purposes. We shall honor their dreams by our deeds now and in the days to come. I am keenly aware of the fears and the frustrations of the world in which we live. It is all too easy, isn't it, to play on these emotions? But I do not intend to do so. I do not intend to appeal to fear, but rather to hope. I do not intend to appeal to frustration, but rather to your faith. I shall appeal to reason and to your good judgment. The American presidency is a great and powerful office, but it is not all powerful. It depends most of all upon the will and the faith and the dedication and the wisdom of the American people. And I know, as you know, there is an essential strength in the American people. And tonight I call you, the American people, not to be of one mind, but to be of one spirit. I call you, the American people, not to a life of false security, false promises and ease, but to a new sense of purpose, a new dedication, and a new commitment. Remember that those who founded this republic said that in order to secure these inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. I submit, my fellow Americans, we dare do no less in our time if this republic is to survive. So I call you forth. I call forth that basic goodness that is there. I call you to risk the hard path of greatness. And I say to America, put aside recrimination and dissension. Turn away from violence and hatred. Believe in what America can do, and believe in what America can be. And with the help of that vast, unfrightened, dedicated, faithful majority of Americans, I say to this great convention tonight and to this great nation of ours, I am ready to lead our country.
this is one of the few times in this convention that we've seen Californians applauding at the same time as Texans and Illinoisians, is it? Members of the Illinois delegation, at any rate. There are a few in the Wisconsin delegation who said earlier, I believe, that they were going to just sit. Some of them were going to pray, and a few were going to read. And they've stuck to it.
There are about, what would you say, 20 or so?
20 or so.
Who are and have been, most of the time, seated, not applauding, not joining in any of the demonstrations or expressions of exuberance here in the auditorium. The fireworks display outside the amphitheater.
There they are.
A little. As you saw, Senator McGovern came up to the rostrum, shook hands, appeared with the vice president. Senator McCarthy did not. He's not in the hall, in fact. We'll be back after a message from Gulf. That again is part of a fireworks display outside the hall. Mayor Daley has just mounted the rostrum and shaken Mr. Humphrey's hand. I gather from listening to the speech that the slogan, or slogan, I guess, of the Humphrey administration, if there is one, is to be the new day. In the tradition of the New Deal, Fair Deal, Great Crusade, New Frontier, Great Society. He used the phrase repetitively as if to make a point of it. New Day.
Probably the most significant statement of the entire speech was that one, appearing in the Vietnam section, in which he said the policies of today will not necessarily be the policies of tomorrow. I'm quoting loosely, to that effect.
Do you mind if I correct you? I wrote it down. The policies of tomorrow need not be limited by the policies of yesterday, and that specifically applies to the war. That, you can make of that whatever you like.
Of course, the Vice President's first task, as we said before he began here this evening, was to unite this party. To what extent that has come off, it's impossible for anyone up here to judge. There is a lot of enthusiasm on the convention floor. 20 Wisconsin delegates are the only ones we can detect who are staying out of the action. But the unity of the party will be revealed in other and sometimes more subtle ways as the campaign progresses. And certainly will be revealed on election day. one thing I think it might be said, David, see if you agree, was going on here all week. We heard, I suppose, I don't know how many complaints about the management of the convention, about the establishment of the convention, about Mayor Daley, about the National Committee of the Democratic Party. But most of the time that did not seem to include necessarily Vice President Humphrey. In most cases, it appeared that the judgment and the criticism was being deflected from him.
Well, he said repeatedly that he had absolutely nothing to do with the convention. And I think people were inclined to believe him, that whatever decisions are being made about it were being made by someone else. Tom Pettit has a report for us. Tom?
We're outside the hall with Senator McGovern. Senator, what was your impression of the speech? Do you think that Vice President Humphrey can bring unity to this party?
I think he can. I felt it was a very hopeful and constructive speech. One of the lines that I liked best was when the Vice President said very clearly, the policies of yesterday do not necessarily determine the policies of tomorrow. I thought that held out great hope.
Why did you decide to go to the platform? What was your reasoning?
Well, the Vice President asked me to come up. He's an old friend. I said when I got into this race a couple of weeks ago that I would support the nominee of our party. I have some differences with the Vice President, as everyone knows, but I share with him a belief that our party is the one that can best move us towards peace both at home and abroad.
Senator, do you perhaps feel Senator McCarthy should also have been here tonight?
Well, I wouldn't want to pass judgment on that. Senator McCarthy's been in this campaign longer than any of the rest of us. Everybody that believes in peace owes him a great debt, and he has to make his own judgment.
We should explain that there are fireworks going on out here, but Senator, can you tell us whether you think that this ticket can beat the Nixon-Agnew ticket?
I think it's going to be a hard race, but I'm betting on Humphrey and Muskie.
Senator, do you think the Vice President's speech tonight was a major step toward unifying the party?
Yes, I think it was. The Vice President held out great hope tonight that he was going to be his own man, that he was going to move out in the direction of a more hopeful stance on foreign policy and also on efforts to heal the divisions here at home.
How are you personally going to aid in the campaign, Senator?
Well, I've got to go out to South Dakota tomorrow and resume my own campaign for re-election to the United States Senate. But within the limits of my time, I'll do what I can to help the Vice President.
Campaign nationally for this ticket?
I'll do what I can. I won't have very much time for that now.
Senator, do you think Mr. Humphrey has a better chance of winning the election if he moves closer to your position on Vietnam?
No question about that. The American people want to see this war brought to an end.
What do you think was the impact of your candidacy and Senator McCarthy's candidacy on Mr. Humphrey?
Well, I think it helped keep the convention open. I think it gave us a vigorous debate, and I would like to think that it will move the Vice President more in the direction that Mr. McCarthy and I have been advocating for many months.
Thank you very much, Senator McGovern. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, outside Convention Hall. Now back to Chet and David.
Demonstration is continuing here in the hall. Delegates parading around carrying the banners of the states. The chairman of each delegation will keep the state's sign, take it home as a souvenir. Chairman or somebody. And in Georgia, where there are two delegations assigned to one set of seats and one banner, there is or was some argument about who's going to carry it home. It has, I think it has disappeared from the floor. I looked a while ago and couldn't find it. Is it there? Where is it? They're marching around now. It's hard. I see it. It's still there. Well, I don't know who's going to get it. We may not know till tomorrow. open appeal, as you heard in his speech, to Senators McCarthy and McGovern, saying, I ask your help in the campaign. McGovern has responded, as you saw a minute ago, and saying, yes, he will help however he can, because he's running for re-election to the Senate. So Senator McCarthy has not been heard from. He's not in the hall, and the last we heard from him was that he wasn't sure he would even support the Humphrey ticket.
Something relatively new at this convention. This was the nearest thing to a snake dance around the auditorium during a demonstration that we've seen all week.
I'm down here on the back of the podium with Senator Muskie. Congratulations, First Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Could you tell us why you think the Vice President picked you? Was there any indication before?
Well, probably because you like the looks of my wife.
Now, but you've been friends with him for a long time, and you stand fairly close to him. But can you give us any idea what he said about what he would like you to do in the campaign?
What he keeps telling me, but it's the sort of thing that he ought to say and not I. It has to do with the fitness of the office, fitness of the man for the presidency. This is he said was his primary concern, but that's not for me to say. That's for him to say.
You know, everyone said, oh, well, he picked Senator Muskie because he's from the East, he's Polish, and he's a Catholic. Do those things really make any difference in American politics anymore?
Well, they shouldn't. I suspect they're not entirely irrelevant, but I hope they're of diminishing importance. Certainly the size of a state.
The size of the state may be... Sir, on Vietnam, you went out there with Senator Mansfield in 1965, and your views have been, well, not dovish, they've been very flexible. Do you think that what the Vice President is saying tonight about the policies of today are not going to be the policies of tomorrow is some kind of hope for those in the party who feel that in the minority plank that they didn't get their way and would like something better?
Well, as you know, Sandy, the same policy can be administered differently by two different men. I couldn't predict exactly what Hubert Humphrey would do under given circumstances, but I think his instinct is toward negotiation, toward settlement, and I think that he's inclined to take reasonable and calculated risks to do it. And I think that's how I measure a man, rather than by the exact words that are used.
And when will you be starting your campaigning, sir?
Well, I started it tonight.
What if the Vice President asked you to go in certain areas? You're an expert in cities.
I haven't really got into that, Sandy. See, he didn't decide or didn't let me know until 4. And since then, I've been busy getting a clean suit and a clean shirt and a speech. So we haven't gotten into campaign.
Senator, you're familiar with the kind of mood of disaffection on the part of a substantial minority of the party, California, New York, Wisconsin, places like that. Do you think this speech was a bridge to reconciliation tonight? Was it designed that way in your mind?
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Muskie. Congratulations. Thanks. I know he's not. The problem is Leonard Wrench.
Mr. Phillips, Channing Phillips, who was put in nomination for president last night on the right on the rostrum beside Senator Harris, who's now waving to the crowd. Senator Fred Harris, Oklahoma. Senator Bai of Indiana. begin. All that flying and traveling back and forth across the country, up all night writing speeches for the next day, handshaking, and a melody described by Adlai Stevenson as the paper cup stomach. That's Senator Ribikoff. No, from the back it looked like it's Governor Conway, of course. From the back it looked like Ribikoff. Got the same kind of gray hair.
Democratic governors come on up here. Let's have all those good Democratic governors. Well, look at here. Hail Boggs. Bless your heart.
Chairman of the Platform Committee.
Senator Brewster of Maryland. Bless your heart.
Good to be here.
Louis Goldstein, Maryland.
Yes, sir. Congratulations. Yes, sir.
I.W. Abel, Steel Workers. Senator from Utah, Ted Moss. Secretary of Agriculture, Mr. Freeman and Mrs. Freeman. The Governor of West Virginia, Hewlett Smith. And the Governor of Connecticut, Governor Dempsey, John Dempsey.
God bless. Good luck. Good luck,
Yes, sir. Congressman Gray, Illinois, always good.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Roman Kuczynski, Illinois.
That's worth a few
Now,
votes,
ladies and
those that are
gentlemen,
running for office.
Mrs. Humphrey and I want to say good night to you. Senator Muskie and Mrs. Muskie say good night to you. And may we once again, from the fullness of a heart that has been touched by your kindness and your support, may we once again say thank you, and may the good Lord bless you and bless us all. Thank you very much.
One question.
Thank you. I'll catch you later.
All right, thank you, sir. The Vice President, as I think you saw, didn't want to say anything. One had the feeling he wanted to say something, but some of his aides up here, notably Mr. Leonard Wrench, who orchestrates these affairs, urged him not to and told us to get off the platform before. So the Vice President just passed out, and he said, thank you, I'll see you later, and I'll have more to say. Yes, so, as I say, there's nothing more to say. Up to the booth.
Receive a great and inspiring message from the next President of the United States.
We'll be back with the wind-up of the Democratic Convention after a message from Gulf. Made for the Democratic National Committee and incorporated into the convention proceedings, and so we have carried it on the air. It's their film, not ours. And they projected it in the hall here on screens hanging up in the rafters. Started it after the acceptance speech by the Vice President, whereupon all the delegates left. And so they took the film off before it was finished, had the benediction, and adjourned the convention. And so everyone now is gone and the convention is over. We ran the film to the end. We'll be back with a wind-up after this message from Gulf. This was a march that started from the Grant Park area of the Loop of Chicago. And National Guardsmen who moved into
now moving forward toward
clear
the
away.
demonstrators at perhaps 200 men. All have their gas masks on.
Bob Teague reporting.
No bayonets, but their rifles are at the ready. We don't know if they're loaded or not. We have not heard any shots fired here so far. And now the confrontation is just moments away. They're moving closer, and the demonstrators are sitting in the middle of the road. They're sitting down now, right in front of those jeeps, moving forward with the barbed wire. And we can guess, there it goes, the tear gas is going out now into the crowd. They're moving back now with the tear gas exploding. And about now, we're going to put on our gas mask.
This is Jeffrey Pond, NBC News. I have a wet handkerchief over my nose, and I can get the microphone up under it. These tear gas grenades, if that's what they can be called, are a little bit like fireworks. Sometimes they arch up in the air, a little burst of light. The crowd is moving, not running really, but moving rapidly down north on Michigan Avenue. The troops seem to be in no hurry to drive them rapidly out of the area. They're moving down in an inexorable fashion. Seems incredible to realize that at this moment, while this is happening on Michigan Avenue, the Democratic National Convention is in the process of nominating a vice presidential candidate.
Jeff, there's a confrontation here on the right side, right on the sidewalk here, apparently between the National Guardsmen. We see a young woman holding her handkerchief to her nose. She's been tear gassed, we suppose, and a man is protesting violently to police. As nearly as we can make out, the demonstrators seem to be protesting police action against them since they are on the sidewalk, and that was a part of the ground rules worked out by Dick Gregory and the commander of these National Guardsmen, that the demonstrators could stay on the sidewalk as long as they remained there peacefully. And now we see one National Guardsman being carried back by two comrades south on Michigan Avenue. We can't tell just what happened to him. He's being carried by two men down the street, so that is at least one casualty on the side of the National Guard. More tear gas is being exploded. That's the noise you hear, the popping sound like a firecracker. A tear gas grenade being exploded against the pavement.
The scene here is Grant Park in the Chicago Loop, where a group of demonstrators hanged an effigy of Mayor Daley and then burned it. Several thousand demonstrators gathered in Grant Park tonight. About 1,000 of them stepped off with Dick Gregory for a march down Michigan Avenue. This with the agreement of the National Guardsmen who are on duty tonight. They got about as far as 18th and State Street. They got to 18th and State Street, where the National Guard apparently changed their mind and decided that the march could not go on any further. The march was supposed to go to Dick Gregory's neighborhood in Southside Chicago. Gregory was arrested, and there is a report that 8 other persons who identified themselves as convention delegates were among those arrested. It was a peaceful arrest. They entered police patrol wagons under their own power. There has been little of the type of handling by authorities tonight that was seen last night in Chicago. This, however, is the same general area where the disturbance was last night. Many of the demonstrators in tonight's march were well dressed. And as I said, they were led by Dick Gregory, a nightclub performer. Including the 8 alleged delegates arrested with Dick Gregory, there's a total of 64 persons that have been arrested tonight. But again, very few Chicago police officers have been involved. This is the Grant Park scene, looking toward Grant Park from Michigan Avenue. It might be pointed out that while Dick Gregory, who is a Negro nightclub entertainer, led a march tonight, or attempted to, there are no civil rights connotations or civil rights connections with the demonstrations tonight, or, as far as we know, any other night. These are principally anti-war demonstrations.
Just a few minutes ago, about half a dozen policemen went into the crowd. It is believed they went in to try to take control of the microphone. And there has been shoving and jostling and the release of more tear gas.
This was the scene as the marchers went back to Grant Park, where they were gassed a second time, or tear gassed a second time. They had some tear gas thrown when they arrived at 18th and State, and they went back to Grant Park, where there was tear gas thrown again, and where many of the 64 arrests were made. Guardsmen are in the area, of course, now. They have ringed Grant Park. The scene is said to be still rather tense and uneasy at this moment.
A later taped report is in preparation. We'll have that in just a moment. But first, this station identification. Yeah. We are waiting for the preparation of another and later taped report on the events in downtown Chicago. It'll be ready in just a minute. Here's an item here. NBC News reporter Ray Cullen with the California delegation reports that Stephen Reinhardt, the Democratic National Committeeman-elect from California, says he plans to start a drive to eliminate the convention system as a means of nominating a presidential ticket. Well, of course, Mr. Reinhardt is not by any means the first one to make that proposal. And there may be more of them made after this convention ends and the delegates go back. There's been all sorts of talk about it this year and reams of material written about it. But we were talking the other night to some of the delegates to this convention, and one insisted that before going too far in eliminating the convention system, and his basis and his central argument was that a party simply has to have a convention. It just can't get along without a convention, but that it might be very helpful if each state would set up a primary for the election of delegates to the convention. And of course, here you're opening up a door to endless argument.
Well, there's a lot to be said for the convention, Chet. If a party is to have any real identity, any kind of coherence, it seems to me that at least once in a while, every 4 years or every so often, the members of it and leaders of it have to get together somewhere and see each other and talk to each other. You couldn't have much of an Elks Club if you never had a meeting.
Can't be done by telephone.
Not really. And I think there's something to be said for the convention, but not this kind. Not all this milling and shouting and screaming and endless speeches and stomping around and fighting. I think what they need to do is to reduce it to maybe 2 days, stop making such a big deal of it. They sell it to a city. In the case of Chicago, they sold it to the city for about $1 million. The Republicans sold theirs to Miami Beach for about the same amount. And once they have taken that much money from the city, they feel an obligation to make it into a big deal of 4 days.
Of course.
So the delegates will stay in town long enough to spend the money and the city can get its investment back.
5,600 delegates and alternates makes for an almost unmanageable convention to start with. That's a tremendous number of people.
There's really no point in having so many. You noticed during the balloting that at times people were casting quarter votes. They had half votes and then they divided that and came out with quarter votes. It makes it very unwieldy, not to speak of hard to keep up with the count on the balloting. I think, for whatever it's worth, no doubt not much, I think they ought to have a convention. Each party should have a convention. Make it shorter, simpler, and nominate 2 or 3 candidates. 2 or 3 or 4, however many they have they think are good enough to be nominated, and then have a national primary and choose 2 or 3 if there's a third party candidates for the election.
But eliminate the hand-picking of delegates.
Yes, that's another one of many complaints about the convention system, and it is that a great many, not all, but a great many of the delegates here on the floor in Chicago, and many of those on the floor in Miami Beach, represented really nobody but themselves or some local political boss. In Georgia, just as one example, not to single out Georgia, but as they don't ask anybody. And they come here saying, we speak for Georgia. And again, not singling out Georgia, it's the same way in many other states. They come here saying, Georgia cast this many votes and that. Well, the people in Georgia have never been asked. So they don't represent anybody but themselves.
Here is a report from Jack Perkins. Oh.
Well, Jack Perkins isn't ready.
Oh, all right.
The commercial is ready.
Is the other roll of tape on tonight's events in downtown Chicago and Jack Perkins.
The picture of Chicago on an autumn night. National Guard and those strange jeeps, horseback crowds, bizarre crowd control instruments, and the people, those who believe they represent the voice of the people, those whom some call hippies, those whom police and guardsmen, or at least the Chicago Police Department of this city, consider communist-inspired, standing and sitting in Grant Park across from the hotel which is the center of this national convention. And the people singing down by the riverside, which hardly seems as menacing as the National Guardsmen with their rifles and gas masks and jeeps and barbed wire. Would suggest. Confrontation in front of the Conrad Hilton Hotel in Chicago on an autumn evening.
That was the second of our reports by way of videotape on the goings-on in downtown Chicago. David Douglas Duncan, the famous still photographer, whose work you no doubt have seen in books, magazines, and elsewhere, has been working with NBC during the Republican convention and during this one here in Chicago, photographing in his own way various aspects, scenes of the American political organism that is the convention. In this case, today, or yesterday, he spent the day in the McCarthy headquarters at the Hilton Hotel during the voting here on the convention floor, which they, of course, are watching on television. And he has recorded the reactions of many of the, particularly the younger people, college age and a little above college age, working for McCarthy, and recorded their disappointments and their other reactions. David Douglas Duncan.
These have been full dramatic days here in Chicago during the Democratic National Convention until the very end.
The McCarthy.
This boy with clenched mouth and fists, grim in every respect, could find no words. He wasn't accustomed to violence. Nor was this boy, clubbed on the top of the head. Senator McCarthy's doctor moved in, tried to help out, but mostly the other kids moved in. The girls became mothers, really. It was extraordinary. That boy's blood from chin to waist. While some still watch the television, the doctor tried to patch up newly arrived patients. The sound as she sat there and stroked this boy's head. Farther down the corridor, it looked as though a girl was being fitted for a trousseau. Not at all. Those were bed sheets being torn into bandages, and they were certainly needed. Dark silhouettes of wounded boys and girls in every room. And they were wounded too. They watched the television and saw the total climb. But their emotions were really worn out. They were burned flat. They'd used it up watching their friends being battered in the streets. So when Mr. Humphrey was nominated, they simply shrugged and walked down to join the hippies and other people in the streets. And there were other people there than Illinois National Guard, jeeps with barbed wire fence on the top for pushing demonstrators out of the way. They were waiting for something they probably didn't expect, and nor did I. In my experience, I've never seen like this in my life. The hippies, if these are hippies, bless them, came walking slowly down through the night with candles, singing "We Shall Overcome," borrowed from a good man. American flags, candles, and their songs, and their V for victory. We shall overcome. It was everywhere. There was also a song that they sang. It said, "Where have all the flowers gone? Where have our girls gone?" I wish they'd asked me where the photographers had gone, the old war photographers. I said once, "Come right here to join you." They really had their dreams. Well, I hope they keep them, because they still have time. There's nothing more to say. This is David Douglas Duncan.
And, David, you're quite right. There's nothing more to say. The convention, as he said, is adjourned. And we'll be back and wind it up, talk to our 4 floor reporters, and hear another item or two after this message from Gulf.
Early in the evening, you'll recall that David Hull, chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, was arrested as he attempted to enter the hall and to display to a couple of friends that the machines which guard the entrances here are not entirely accurate in his estimation. So he was arrested, and there seemed to be some altercation, and he was handcuffed, taken to jail, had a laceration on his forehead. And Bill Matney interviewed him lately, and if you were with us, you heard his story. Now the arresting officers are here in our facilities in the amphitheater. Bill Matney is with them, and let's hear what they say.
Two of the officers involved in the arrest of New Hampshire chairman of the delegation, David Hull, were Sergeant McCann on my right and Officer Long on my left. In fact, Sergeant McCann, you were the chief arresting officer.
That is correct.
Why did you arrest David Hull?
I was standing about 10 feet behind the cameras at the entrance to the arena when I seen a commotion going on over at the pass gates. I immediately went over there, and now known as David Hugh was yelling and screaming and actually fighting with the Andy Frayne usher there. I tried to turn him around and tell him that to move over, that we could see if we could straighten this thing out. He kept getting more violent all the time. Officer Long come over to assist me. We held him by the arms and tried to bring him out from the crowd because the crowd was backing against the pass gates. He kept screaming and yelling, and that we were beating him and hitting him and hurting him.
Were you?
We had him by the arms. 3 times we stopped and released him. At one point, he grabbed my, he says, "I want your number." And he grabbed my star, ripped it off me, ripped my shirt, and held the star over his head and threw it to somebody in the crowd. In the meantime, he bit Officer Long on the hand, and then he, when an officer bent down to retrieve my star, he kicked with both feet at his head. He kept getting more violent all the time.
Both you men know that David Hull was in this studio last night.
Yes.
And you know that I asked him specifically about biting a police officer.
Yes.
And you know what he said?
He denied it.
Yes, he did. Well, is that a human bite? Is that bandage covering a human bite?
Yes, it is.
And where did you get that bite?
From Mr. David Hugh.
Well, where did he bite you? I mean, at what point during the arrest did you receive this bite? And incidentally, how bad is it?
There's 2 lacerations, one about 1 inch long, one about 1/2 inch long, one to the bone, and the other more or less of a cut.
Where was your hand at the time? What were you attempting to do?
Trying to restrain him. He was getting more violent. The more we tried to talk to him, the more we tried to explain to him that if we get out of the crowd before we excite the crowd, that we can get it straightened out with some credential authority. The thing started over his credentials.
Well, did you have your arm around his neck, or
we had his arm.
Just how did you get your hand?
Well, we around his arm, and somewhere in the ensuing struggle, while it got up, or rather his head came down and bit me on the ham. At what point, it'd be hard to say.
Mr. Hull says that during this whole time, he was attempting to identify himself and to tell you that he was the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation. And did you understand this, or did you just ignore it?
Yes, I understood. No, I understand it completely. But he was so violent, he had to be restrained. He was hitting everybody, kicking everybody. He didn't care who he was kicking or hitting.
Well, now, when you took him off the floor, per se, and took him out into the foyer leading upstairs and out of the building, At that point, did you intend to arrest him, or did you intend to try and calm him down and let him go back in?
Tried to calm him down. He kept getting worse. I finally ordered handcuffs put on him for his own safety as well as ours.
Well, now he says you men were brutal. He says you men used undue force. How did he get the laceration on his forehead?
He probably caused it himself by all the twisting and turning and fighting. There was no officer that struck him at any time.
You realize that Mr. Ho is the chairman of the New Hampshire delegation, and he's also a candidate for Congress. And,
yes, but at the time...
you're saying that he's a liar, that he...
I would say a man in his position could have used a little more decorum. When we gave him the opportunity to explain what the problem was, the original incident, he would buy no part of it. Like the sergeant
well,
said.
you heard him say that he had never bitten a human being in his life. Now
I heard him say that on his interview.
Yes.
But at the time, if he'd have said it at the time, I certainly wouldn't believe him.
You don't believe him now either, then?
No, sir.
Well, perhaps you can clear something else up. You men are rank-and-file policemen. You have intimate contact with rank-and-file policemen as a sergeant.
Yes.
What are your feelings about all this trouble that has been going on this week? All the charges that have been leveled against the police department, against Mayor Daley. You've been called Gestapo, you've been called fascist pigs, you've been called unprintable names. What's your personal reaction? How does this make you feel?
It doesn't make me feel very good, but these accusations are unfounded completely. This is a perfect example of...
Doesn't it make you angry to be called this? To be characterized as this by people coming in from out of the city?
Does it make me angry?
Yes.
It could make me angry, but I have self-restraint.
How do you feel about the anti-war demonstrators and the hippies and the yippies? How do you feel about them? What's your personal reaction to the sort of demonstrations that have been going on here in the city?
I don't like them. I don't like them one bit. There's no reason for them. They accomplish nothing.
Sergeant, at your roll calls, did you receive any specific instructions as to how to deal with the people coming into the amphitheater, how to deal with the delegates, how to deal with anybody else attempting to come in?
Yes, we had.
What did they tell you?
With courtesy, understanding, and that they are here for a convention, that there would be heated arguments. And
have you detected any edginess, any nervousness on the part of the police that might cause them to react quickly and perhaps overreact?
No, these police have been, 99% have been through situations of this type before. I've been with them, and no edginess at all.
Well, Sergeant Ed McCann, Officer Raymond Long, thank you very much. This is Bill Matinee in the studio, now back to the booth.
Thank you, Bill. That's interesting. And probably the case of David Ho is going to reverberate around New Hampshire, at least for several days to come.
There was certainly a marked difference in the two descriptions of what happened, wasn't there?
There's very little area of agreement there. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf with our 4 floor reporters.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
David?
A radio station in Charlottesville, Virginia, has been broadcasting the Democratic Convention proceedings, and the sponsor of the program is the local Republican Campaign Committee. And the broadcasts are interrupted every once in a while for the Republican commercials. And their message is, if you don't like what you're hearing, vote Republican. And after 4 days of the goings-on here, they may very well have picked up some votes.
Our 4 floor reporters, I think, are present and accounted for. Would you fellows be offended if I referred to you as our 4 mules?
I don't associate you with the Poor People's Campaign, Mr. Huntley.
McGee knows that that's a flattering
The world, as seen between the ears of a mule, can sometimes be company.
Well, what do you think?
In what area should we take off?
Well, I think, let me tell you what I think, and I'll make it brief.
All right.
And I'll make it brief. It seems to me that on the last day of the Democratic Convention, the party could fairly be classified as a disaster area. Hubert Humphrey, after a long time of yearning for it, has finally won his party's nomination, and in the opinion of a great many people, including a great many of the delegates, there's serious question now about how much the nomination he won is worth.
It seems to me, David, that not much is directed against Hubert Humphrey as a person. He's a very nice man.
Not that, no.
But they are very offended against the process. I think the thing that disillusioned so many people who came here with high hopes was not so much the idea that Hubert Humphrey was going to win, because that seemed to be in the cards before and just slightly altered by the brief flurry about Edward Kennedy. But I think that having known that, they didn't like their noses rubbed in it, as it was here by Mayor Daley and the people who ran this convention. Now, they are going to be offended by the process. They came here to ask how this is done, and they came here to ask why. And they weren't even given a chance to ask why or to raise certain objections and to just have their opinions voiced. That they are not going to forget.
I think it might prove to be a fatal error on the part of those who, and I don't think it's too strong a word, who control this convention, to not permit these people, without the raucous, rowdy scenes we saw here on the floor of this convention, to not give them their moments, to not let them say the things that they wanted to say, that many of them had worked and fought for a long time to come here to have the chance to say, and beyond that, not to even make those ordinary gestures of graciousness toward them that they could so easily have done, and not make them feel so totally shut out of the process.
Well, I think that what we've seen here is the victory of a cardinal sin, and that sin is pride.
I think it goes beyond that, John.
Well, and I think it was pride on Mayor Daley's part to say rather blindly that he could control Chicago this summer under these circumstances with a national convention. He couldn't, and that was a sin of pride. The other sin of pride, it seems to me, was the president's, or somebody's, if it wasn't the president, in controlling this convention so tightly that it didn't have the room for political maneuver within it, and it came out, the platform, a narrow endorsement of the policies of the Johnson administration.
I think you have something there, Jack. Some of these old politicians have been through the mill, say to themselves, boy, you don't give away points and survive in politics. You've got to win every point, and it seems to me that's where Mayor Daley is slightly vulnerable. He wanted to win every point.
It seems to me that it's perhaps a little more than that even, Chet. It's that in insisting that you win every point, you become insensitive to the very distinct possibility that in the process of winning, by your standards, you are losing a great deal more.
Yeah.
Mayor Daley strikes me in this way. There's almost an innocence about what he does. If you take the demonstration that he had organized tonight with city employees in the gallery, with all those quickly manufactured signs, all the noise, all the city workers who came out, and so we're told were paid. I don't know that myself. It's almost innocent on his part to think that anybody would be impressed by it, or that anybody would believe that there was any spontaneity or genuineness about it. That's what I mean about Daley. You may call it a lack of sensitivity, if you like.
It is innocence, and innocence may be the highest form of immorality. There's a line of Graham Greene's in The Quiet American where he said, innocence is like a blind leper who has lost his bell, wandering the world meaning no harm. Mayor Daley obviously didn't think he was causing harm. But you could not look at those pictures by David Douglas Duncan without thinking, my God, what harm has been done to these young kids who thought somehow they could change the process. They didn't think that they could win, probably, but they thought somehow they could have the process changed, and all they got for thanks was tear gas and knocks on the head and blood down their faces.
John, what happens to a country if it disillusions and makes cynics out of its young children, young people?
Well, obviously, if it makes cynics out of its young, if you're talking about, you can't really talk in generalities about this. it gets in very serious trouble. I'm not quite certain in my own mind that we are in that serious trouble with these, but I regard as just supremely attractive young people who worked for McCarthy, who worked for McGovern, who committed all their passions to this campaign. I do want to say one thing about them, though, David, and I think it's very important. It's not enough just to be oriented to the issues in a presidential campaign. You've got to get into politics. It's a grubby, detailed, hard-working business. And the one thing that characterized the McCarthy campaign for me, and I think was its essential vulnerability, was that these people had such beautiful ideals. I say that in all sincerity, but they didn't have enough practicality, and I think that they're going to have to learn this practicality.
Let me suggest that if they learn as much in the next 4 years as the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party learned between 1964 and 1968, they can have their place on the convention floor just as that new party from Mississippi gained it here. But it's got to be done that way.
Let's take away the youth and put them aside for a moment.
Well, I want to get back to this youth thing because there are two kinds of youth involved in this.
Yeah,
and I want to get back to that.
Go ahead now.
Well, it just seems to me that this is part of what's happening in the country, too, because of what happened here in Chicago, in this hall and in the streets outside. I think a lot of already deeply troubled Americans are searching themselves anew. And they're trying to sort out, if they can, the differences, the reasons for what happened here, and their own responses to it. And they're struggling, or so it seems to me, to discover and articulate the distinctions between wholesome young Americans who are deeply and passionately disturbed by the war, and other considerably less wholesome young Americans who seem to be agitators, provocateurs, with no objective in mind beyond agitation and provocation, except perhaps anarchy. Now let me finish. And at the same time, they're trying to define the line for themselves between the legitimate exercise of authority to preserve peace and the excessive, brutal use of instituted power to suppress and oppress. Now, this is a sizable order. If they can do this, then some good might yet come from the shame that we've witnessed here, but it is a sizable order.
Yeah, there were two kinds of kids here. I'm with you, Frank. Some of those youngsters, and not all of them quite youngsters. Some of them were little old to be classified as youngsters, but they were pretty obnoxious and insufferable.
Yeah, but Chet, at some point when you say this, and I'm sure what you say is true, you must come to deal with the question of why are so many people disaffected to the point that they're prepared to be obnoxious to everything that the rest of us think is worth preserving.
And not just the young.
And if they're not just young, that only adds to the significance of the disaffection.
Exactly. Mr. Peterson, that eloquent man, the chairman of Wisconsin, Jess Unruh, who is as hardened and tough as any politician in the country. These men were disillusioned by the process, too, because, in a sense, they are representing the politics of the future. And what they saw here was no give, absolutely brutal tactics, and the genius of this particular party, which is the oldest political party in history, is that it has been able to accommodate somehow everything under what I call the politics of civility. But this was not the politics of civility. What was going on here, and what a great minority, a large minority of the delegates will go home with, is a sure instinct for understanding the politics of brutality.
I don't think it would be possible to find a common denominator between what it is that people like Jess Unruh and Don Peterson are trying to do and the means that they're employing to try to do it, and some of these absolutely reprehensible things that some of the other people are doing. I don't think they're the same thing. I don't think they're part of the same general climate of whatever it is.
Well, Frank, let's see if we can take you on from another tack. In Miami Beach, we said that we thought, and I think we all agreed, that political conventions as we see them today are, to a degree, anachronistic. They're very old-fashioned. Now, you brought this great cumbersome machine here to Chicago called the Democratic National Convention. And what you did, you sat it down in the middle of the contemporary world to a degree we never met in Miami Beach. And this was the essential clash. And I do think that it illuminated the things Ed Newman talks about in our society that have caused so many people to be disaffected and have caused, Chet, these kids to be dirty, nasty, rotten little kids, some of them, although the overwhelming majority of them are not. And I think this is the kind of thing Americans ought to think about. Here is an institution, this convention, this machine, this structure that just bang, hit onto the reality of the year 1968 in the United States and was shaken to its teeth.
I'd just like to add one line to that, which is that if you dismiss people as troublemakers or thugs or whatever, in any context, if there are large numbers of them, you have somehow to deal with the question of why. Why have so many people in the society become troublemakers and thugs, if indeed that's what you think they are? Because that's just as serious, or maybe it's more serious, than the questioning of the society by the people who are willing to do it within the general rules that the rest of us accept.
I think what I'm arguing for here is what seems to me the absence of degree in the rationale and the logic that's put forward. When one cuts one's finger, one bleeds. When one cuts one's throat, one bleeds. To say that two people who are bleeding from cuts are the same, or in the same condition, it seems to me, is losing the distinction of degree that needs to be brought to bear on this and trying to analyze what it is.
The distinction of degree was important. I happen to think the political convention is a marvelous institution because it may come over boring on television. It is not television's responsibility, and indeed it is not the convention's responsibility. There are serious matters to be decided here. The platform, credentials which determine the shape of the party's future, rules which can determine how a convention is carried out. It was Mr. Peterson and Mr. Unruh and these other people who weren't complaining about the convention system because there were things to be talked about and fought about here. All they asked was that it not be done in a sledgehammer way. So the convention system isn't the fault. It's the way this convention was run by people who loved, for example, in Vice President Humphrey's speech, every time he came to a climax in it, the band played
orchestrated.
It was orchestrated, like Muzak.
I'm looking up there David Brinkley, who wants to say something, I think.
Well, I was just going to subscribe to Sandy's point that you have a great cumbersome machine set down here in the middle of Chicago's stockyards, 5,000-odd delegates invited here to take part in the party's most serious ritual, and then nobody would allow them to say anything. They were treated as if they had been led over here from one of those sheep pens. The old men running this convention were absolutely determined to have everything their way, and they almost succeeded. And in the process, they may have succeeded in losing the election.
Well, that, I think, leads very logically to the question of how long these old men are going to continue to have their way.
I suspect not very long.
Getting back to the kids again, wouldn't they have, do you think they would have been rather effectively disarmed if somebody had gone to them, say the National Committee and the city, and say, okay, you kids, elect a delegation of 10, come in as honored guests of the convention, and if one of you wants to make a speech, welcome. We'd like to hear it.
Chad, let's tell something again like it is. The Coalition for an Open Convention is one of the groups that was really not represented here. That's an anti-Humphrey, anti-war group. The Mobilization Against the War in Vietnam, a violently anti-war, anti-everybody group, was represented here. The coalition people tried to book Wrigley Field, Comiskey Park, Soldier Field, any hall they could get to keep these kids off the street, to organize speakers, musicals, debates, and everything else so that they could make their presence felt here without getting out there in Grant Park and running into those armored jeeps. And Mayor Daley's office would not answer their mail, their telephone calls, and entreaties that came from very high places in Washington. Daley asked for it. And the people who organized, the mobilization people who brought those kids here, asked for it. And I think the guilt lies in that sense, both with the young and the old. But Chicago could have had an easier time if they had listened to some of the moderate youngsters and not just turned the phone off.
Yeah, you're right.
The thing that Arthur Miller said to Ed was so pertinent last night about some of these aggressions being taken out against our young. The awful thing when a father suddenly faces a child, particularly if it's a son, and he finally realizes he can't shout at the child or spank the child or turn away and just say, don't bother me, or it's none of your business. You have to provide an answer to the question why. These old men are continuing to treat the rest of the party like children, and they are not saying to them the answer to the question why. These people are intelligent people, they're sincere people, they're sensitive people, they believe in this country, and they're asking why. They weren't even allowed to put the question mark into this convention, not once.
Well, I agree with everything you've said, Sandy, on that, and I would point out that I have had that experience with a son who now insist that he be told why, and I rather enjoy telling him why. I think it can be done. I enjoy it. I find myself every night on this floor when the convention is over, surrounded by young people who want to talk. And they want to ask questions, and they want answers, and I love to give them as far as I can. But I am trying to make a distinction here between those who will still listen, who will still try to communicate, and those who simply seem to have nothing in mind beyond agitation.
I'd like to make one point here, which is that this obviously has a great deal to do with the war in Vietnam, and a great deal to do with the fact that the war in Vietnam has been conducted without ever having been declared, and indeed was embarked on with almost no congressional discussion at all, and that there was no way for people who were against the war to have any effective say in the policy that made the war what it is. In the second place, the last time there was any vote on that, the 1964 election was really a referendum on the war. The country decided against a widened war and got one instead. Now, I think all of this is relevant to what we're talking about.
You see, the point is,
Frank's question about...
The primaries were a referendum on the war to some extent.
Yes.
The answer
and the war
to
lost.
Frank's question, David, about why, if these men, these older politicians, ever dare look at the process and ask why, it would destroy them. Because what they are basing their view of politics on is that old line of Al Smith was asked by a young man, what's the secret of getting ahead in success? And Al Smith said, son, just being around. That's not good enough.
Let me just say one other thing. We are living in a time when there's more and more communication going to more and more people, more and more education in this country than ever before. Conventions have always been the people's business, but in the old days in conventions, they rarely let the people in. Now the people are in getting in.
They can't be kept out.
Through primaries, through a renovation of the political process, and there were people on the floor, but politicians on the podium.
And the people on the floor kept saying to us as we went around, thank God for television, because you're our only link with reality. Mr. Peterson, before he moved, asked me, is it really that bad downtown? I said, let me check. You go ahead and you go around this floor, and people say, if it hadn't been for television, nobody would know what we have gone through here.
Have we gone through here? I think we're done.
I think we have.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you.
Well done.
You're all great. Nice long ones, you mean? Stout-hearted men kind of credits? Oh, that's good. That's good. We're going to do so. I wouldn't ask anybody to listen to me, Lord knows, but I would ask you to sit right there where you are at home and look at the names and memorize them of all these people. We're going to parade down the screen. We've done 2 conventions now, several riots, fights, arguments, milling throngs, and I won't attempt to list what else. The engineers, the news people, the executives, producers, editors, so on, motorcycle couriers, all of them. We're going to put on as many of their names as we can, and if anyone is left off, we're sorry, and it was unintentional. As I say, I wouldn't ask you to listen to me, but I would ask you to look at all these people and remember them, because they are the ones who did the work. And as for us, that's all. Thank you and good night.